But yeah, that said, instead of talking about the game, let's just play the game, shall we? Let's get on in there and do the thing. This is talking about the museum. Yep, we definitely visited that museum. Boy, did that museum get visited. Can't believe we're still giving Drake any credit on how that went. Unbelievable. If we had somebody good running ops, would have gone a lot smoother. But no. Instead, we have Drake to thank both for the fiasco we got in, and in some small part, our ability to get out of it. But really, we should be blaming Drake more than we should be thanking Drake. Alright, so, I got paid off. We checked the Shadowlands BBS, there's nothing left. Pay data was posted, that's good. And if I look at the jobs directory, data retrieval is a new one. This is from KC. Eastern Tiger Corporation needs you to steal some stuff from their employer. Right, I do remember that. And also, Bao sent me an email saying, come to the Mahjong parlor, stuff is going on. So, okay. But first, we talk to everybody. We do all the talky things first. Oh, actually, before I forget, I need to go down to my stash and put in the good spell. This is a mage spell, which I do not have the spellcasting for. This is a mummy spirit talisman. That's pretty dope. I'll probably take that. And I need to make sure to get a trauma kit. Actually, I might as well just go do that now, before I forget that I need a trauma kit. And there is zero purpose to having more than one of these on my bar, since they share a cooldown with each other, and one is just better than the other. So these two can just be sold off. I'm never going to use them. And we need to replace the lost trauma kit. Alright, well, let's go do that. Presumably, I do that at the doctor's. Chrome Alley. What's up, buddy? I never came back and talked to you. Maybe I should have talked to you more. And I feel like we've also talked about this, right? We've answered some of these questions. 10 armed Ambrose. Hey, my fellow countryman returns. You want some chips and dip? Help yourself, it's on the engine block. Spider drone walks past you carrying a biohazard bag with a severed arm in it. Wow, that's some ambiance. There's a big Sahara Combat League race tonight. Everybody's coming over. You want to come? Ah, I bet Kindly's keeping you busy. That she is. Alright, what you got? Show me the med supplies. There's the dock wagon kits. They're kind of expensive. I'll just take the regular trauma kit. Call that good. Yeah, that sounds good. Great. Talk to you later. Alright, well, later it is. How am I for money? Oh, I'm loaded. I'm loaded. So we really should go shopping. But I want to talk to people first. Let's go talk to people first. This was just the thing that I needed to do before I forgot, because it seems like the kind of thing I would forget, to be honest. Where's the, Oh, there they are. There's the Go board. Oh, I think they don't have anything new to say. They certainly didn't last time. But in the meantime, we can talk to party members, because party members are always interesting. Always interesting? Hopefully always interesting. Alright, Isabel, what you got? I know you didn't come on this last mission. But maybe you have something interesting to say about other things? You enter Isabel's cabin to find her jacked into the octopus. As per usual, her body slouches, motionless, tethered to the machine. She needs a sign that she can tape to her forehead saying, "I ain't dead." The computer's large display flickers to life again, just as it did last time. Isabel's avatar fills the screen. This isn't helping. The avatar frowns down on you, a look of supreme disillusionment on its face. I'm decking. I'm in my safe space. And it doesn't help. The memories are just as painful here as they are in the real world. It wouldn't, would it? Decking doesn't make you leave that part of you behind. No, guess that it doesn't. White plumes of static flow from the avatar's fists. She's shaking. Fucking should, though. I can't handle not having a way to escape from this. Delete him? I mean, tell me what we all need to know and then delete him? I guess? I hate seeing you like this, Isabel. No. I wish that I could, but I can't. Not considering what we're up against. Her voice takes on a bitter edge. I'll tough it out. It's not like I have a choice. In fact, hang on a second. The avatar winks off of the screen and the terminal powers down. Isabel's body shudders. A familiar tremor. Her consciousness is flooding back out of the Matrix and into her meat. That's a hell of a sentence. Her eyes flutter and she takes a sharp breath. Slowly, shakily, she rises from her perch on the floor. You're here with more questions, right? She coughs into the crook of her arm, wipes her nose with her sleeve. Wow, it's that traumatic going back and forth between the Matrix? Triggers your immune response? That's awful. I'm sure that you are. Why else would you be bothering me? So spit him out, and I'll go digging around in that cesspit that I call a memory. Who knows? Maybe we'll find a clue. Is sympathy worse in this case than gruffness? Is this like even more? This feels kind of patronizing? I'm gonna go with it anyway. Have some sympathy, Isabel, even if it's weaponized. She takes a deep breath, makes a visible effort to calm herself. No, that wasn't like me. This isn't the person that I want to be. I'll be okay. I can handle this. Just ask me your questions, okay? Let's get this ball rolling. Alright, well, I have a question about the walled city. Gobbet, okay, yeah, Gobbet told me about your escape just like you said she would. Yeah? I'm not surprised. Why are you telling me about it? Because I want to get your side of the story? She sighs. Alright, fine. If that's what you want. The walled city was a hellhole, you already know that. But for all of its failings, it was a good teacher. It taught me to hide, to stay small and unnoticed and insulated, to survive. It taught me that the fish on the perimeter of the school get eaten, that sticking your neck out is a fool's errand, but that even fools can have their uses. It also taught me to recognize a stronger person when I met one, and how to use that strength for my own benefit. So when I met Gobbet, I knew that she had something I didn't. Confidence? Sure, that, and her connection to Rat. Everything about her, really. We were different people then, still are now, but the differences were even more pronounced when we were kids. Tell me more. Gobbet was playful and carefree. She could hold her own in a scrape, but she mostly saw life as a game. Isn't it, though? Life is just a stage. We are all players in it. As for me, well, I knew that it wasn't. It's just because you just take yourself too seriously, Isabel. You need to relax. I couldn't have been more than 9 or 10 at the time, but even at that age, I saw Gobbet for what she represented, what she could be. An ally? No, that didn't happen until later. What I saw her then was a road out of the walled city. A path to freedom disguised as a little girl with dreadlocks. And as it turned out, I was right. You want to ride it all night long? That's a long time to ride a highway. She pauses, her eyes flit to the ground, and she tightens her hands into fists. Ever since I unlocked these damned memories, I can't go 10 minutes without thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't followed Gobbet out of that place. It's like a vicious cycle, running over and over in my head. I hate it, but it won't stop. I feel guilty. What do you feel guilty about? You got out. It's bothering you because it's still fresh. No, I won't. It's the problem with digitally stored memories. It'll always be fresh. Like it happened yesterday. There's no sense in kidding myself. I'll learn to live with this, but it'll never get better. Anyway, that's my side of the story. I hope it satisfied your curiosity. Now let's move on. Alright. You wanted your parents left behind. She nods miserably. Yes, but not for anything that they'd done. My parents were good people. They fled Somalia to try and find a better life for their children. It wasn't their fault they wound up in the walled city. I wanted them left behind for me. What does that mean? Isn't it obvious? She taps her temple. This. I knew what I was going to have done, and planned it well in advance. After I got out, I was going to find someone who could make my childhood go away. How would that have stuck if my parents were around? If I had a living reminder right there next to me? It wouldn't have. So they had to stay. That's cold! That is cold! That's super harsh! But, like, I'm not gonna get down on her at this point. Like, she's living through that misery over and over. She's punishing herself far worse than I ever could. You did what you had to do, I guess? Yeah, I did. Besides, I was sure that they'd be fine. They were my parents, grown-ups. They'd be alright. She heaves a sigh. Before you ask, I checked. They're gone now. I can't go riding to their rescue. I made a decision when I was a kid. It felt like the right one at the time. Now I have to live with it. Until you store the memories again, you mean? Yeah, until then. Now let's change the subject, okay? Anything else would be fine. Why'd you have your memories locked away? I mean, we know the answer to this, but I guess let's ask it anyway? This is a weird question to have here. Why do you think? They were awful. Traumatic. I'm not talking about personal trauma here. I was fortunate enough to avoid the fates of many of my peers. I didn't get pressed into service in a brothel. The organ leggers didn't get me. I only had to watch one of my siblings die. Oh, only one! Yeah, you got off light. What? Oh, and that is, of course, the lover's line, is hang on. Okay, good. Glad we're on the same page. She frowns. So yeah, it could have been worse. But that doesn't make an early life in the walled city any easier to bear. Hang on! You watched one of your siblings die? She nods. Yes, my older brother, Cabdali. Heroin overdose. He was 19. Almost the same age that I am now. That's awful. I'm sorry you had to watch that. Me too. Want to hear something awful? I almost envied him. He got out easy compared to a lot of the people who died in the walled city. There was no violence. He wasn't taken by organ leggers or gunned down by the triads. He just put a spike in his arm, depressed the plunger, and stopped breathing. Quick and easy. You could have done the same, but you didn't. You were stronger than that. Am I trying to give her a pep talk again? Is that a good idea? Everything is relative, specifically luck. I mean, yeah. You know, everybody's got it worse. So, you know, no matter how bad it is, you can always find an example of somebody who's worse off. But like that doesn't change the fact that it's still bad. Sure, we'll go with the moral support instead of the I'm sorry. I survived. I don't know if that's something to feel proud of. It's just what I did. I don't think any less of Capdal for doing what he did. I don't even know if he did it on purpose. But his death was a lesson, and I did my best to learn from it. Everything that happened in my childhood was that way. A lesson in disguise. Lessons about impermanence and the random cruelty of life. Lessons about what a huge mistake it is to get attached. And how to prioritize your own survival no matter what. Yup, both of these are pretty much the same response. I guess this one is like further down the like my childhood was just as shit as yours. And then this is like my childhood was bad but maybe not quite as shit as yours. And then this is like but I've grown past it. Honestly, well, Isabel's 19, right? Let's give her some time. She has to learn when to grow past it, but like 19 is still real young. Empathize. She nods. I know. We all carry the same scars. You and me and Gunshow and Gobbet. Some run bigger and deeper than others, but we've all got them. Her voice goes small. I don't want mine anymore. Sounds like you need to go to therapy. Abruptly, she turns away. That's enough of that. Ask me of something else, the lever. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Alright, well, let's talk about something else. Any thoughts about that? You weren't even on the last run, but sure. Oh no, you were! We did bring a Decker. I always liked the old stories about robbing the rich. I dreamed of being like that when I grew up. You know, a righteous bandit like the ones in Water Margin or Sun Wukong. So I liked Wang's angle on the job. Break in, liberate some priceless artifacts, and get out. Can't think of any stories that involved angry mummies, though. That's a new one on me. Everyone but the third generation rulers? I guess so. Like, Silver Spoon kids, I guess, maybe didn't have the same kind of trauma. Everybody's got trauma. Honestly, nobody's life was perfect. Everybody's got some trauma that they're working through. And even if it's, like, objectively not as bad as other people's, it feels that bad in the moment. Like, there's no point in playing the, like, my trauma is worse than yours game. Everybody's got trauma. Respect their trauma and respect the growth that they put in to get past it. So mummies, huh? I mean, I guess I can understand being pissed off if you've been trapped for centuries. That makes sense. I'm not sure the deal you made with that mummy was a good one. What happens when it's free? Is it going to run around haunting people across Hong Kong? I just hope it stays the hell away from us. Anything else? Nope, gotta go! See you later, Isabel! Hope you feel better soon! Talking to Gobbet instead. Gobbet's got good stories. As you enter Gobbet's cabin, two things grab your attention. The first is Gobbet herself. She looks exhausted, bleary-eyed. The easy smile that you've come to associate with her is nowhere to be seen. Oh no, sad Gobbet. The second is what she's doing. Gobbet appears to be in the middle of a valiant attempt to stuff a whole roasted duck into a saucepan half its size. The bird's rubbery neck flops from side to side with every heave of her shoulders. And she's like, depression cooking as a result? I guess that's... Why am I not surprised that Gobbet eats her feelings? She looks up from the saucepan, blinking. A corner of her mouth twitches upward, but the half-smile falls away almost immediately. Hey, Seattle. Caught me at a bad time. I was just making dinner. Compressed duck. Looks like the duck is winning. know why I find that funny, but for some reason. It does, though. Looks like the duck is winning. Huh? She blinks down at the duck. Her mouth dips into a frown. Oh, it isn't winning. It's just being stubborn. I'll make it fit. Don't you worry. She gives the bird another heave. Something gives way with an audible crunch. Gross. This would be easier with a bigger pot. I'd have to wash it first, though. She glances down at the piles of dirty clothes and assorted detritus on the floor of her cabin, frowning. And to do that, I'd have to find it. Anyway, you, want something? I'm up to my elbows in mallard. What a description. Up to my elbows in mallard. I feel like that should be a not a euphemism. Well, maybe a euphemism. But like a metaphor for something? Like up shit creek, except you're up to your elbows in mallard? Feeling okay? You don't look well. She rubs the bridge of her nose with a pair of greasy fingers, leaving smudges of duck fat behind. Gross. It's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I felt, I don't know, preoccupied with the sinking ship. I don't really do the whole haunted by the demons of my past thing. No, she really doesn't? She, just forgets instead, apparently? Everybody's doing a whole lot of forgetting around here. The way that everybody on this boat deals with trauma is by not remembering the instances that caused it. That's not healthy. That's not healthy. Gunshow's not doing any better either. Like, it doesn't sound like he's deliberately repressed memories, but instead he's just, like, fronting confidence in order to try and fake it till he makes it, I guess? Which, like, jeez. Only works so well. Don't need no fancy brain doctors to do that. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I am a fan of living in the moment. I try not to be too troubled by the past or the future. You know, you kind of take life a day at a time, and I feel like that's a good way to enjoy things and not be too anxious about what you've done and what you haven't done. But the fact that everybody's, like, suddenly getting ambushed by their memories and reliving their grief and needing to work through it now in a way that they never needed to work through it in the past, like, this is crippling. These are people who need help. And these are the people that have my back. These are the people that I need to trust to shoot the things that are gonna shoot me. Dangerous. Alright. Back to Gobbet. I don't really do the whole haunted by the demons of my... Well, sorry, it's Gobbet, sorry. I don't really do the whole haunted by the demons of my past thing. I mean, it's fine for some people, but I'm allergic to drama. Generally, when the thoughts of the past get me down, I remind myself that it doesn't matter. Laugh it off, go have a snack. But this... I don't know, it's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I haven't been able to get the sinking ship out of my mind. She looks down at the pot full of mangled duck on the counter, closes her eyes. Guess I'm just worried about Kat and Mal, which is weird, because why would I be? I mean, I haven't even spoken to them in years. Hell, if anything, they should be worried about me. I'm the one who gets shot at for a living. We could go check it out. No, I don't want to do that. At least not without a good reason. It'd be awkward, and I'm sure that it's nothing anyway. Actually, check that. I know what this is. It's my own personal version of the same thing that we're all feeling. The psychic sewage that's being dredged up in all of us by whatever's happening in the walled city. I'm sure you've had some flashes of memory from the Barrens in your bad dreams, right? Images from your past come back to haunt you. But you aren't going to drop everything and go running back there, because that would be dumb. So tell me, why should I? It's like 15 minutes from here. It's a place to go. It is a personal quest. I'm here for personal quests. All the help is too expensive. Yeah, that's also true. God only knows how many Nuyens it costs to get a good therapist. Look, I don't want to go back there if I don't have to. If thinking about the place is enough to mess with me like this, I don't know what being there will do. But I'll tell you what, I'll drop Malvina a line, just to check in. Make sure this is a me problem and not a them problem. And if there is something going on, I promise, you'll be the first to know. Alright, sounds good. If that's how you want to play it. It is. Now, is there anything else you wanted? Or can I get back to my duck? Any thoughts about that last run? Oh, this is always going to be the same. Nice to have a night off, I guess. When I didn't bring them. Apparently, thanks is all I have to say here. No stories? No story time? Disappointing. Yeah, sure. And Seattle, everything will be fine. You'll see. If there is anything fishy happening on the sinking ship, you and Iz will be the first to know. I promise. I get it. Fishy? Because it's a sinking ship? Anything fishy They probably didn't even mean it as a joke. I don't know. Is Gobbet into puns? Gobbet's probably not too into puns. Why are you excited about sea puns, Devin Hawk? For the halibut. There you go. I set him up, you knock him down. Hook, line, and sinker. You find Wu sitting on his bed, staring at the floor when you come to his cabin. He rubs his head up and back, occasionally stopping in to softly bounce his palm against his forehead. Rubs his head up and back. He's doing this. And every once in a while, this? Duncan, what are you up to? When he notices you, he closes his eyes and shakes his head. Not in the mood to talk right now. Gotta wrap my brain around this Edward Sang thing. Tough finding out Raymond isn't who we thought he was. I mean, that's just an element of his past we didn't know. There's a lot of his past that we didn't know, right? Was he actively lying about this, or was it just something that he never told us? Yeah, we'll talk about it. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. 16 years. We lived with him 16 years and we never knew the man. 16 motherfucking years. I just gotta think. Work through this. Oh. So, I guess we're not talking. That keeps happening. Oh, well, let's go talk to Raptor and Gaichi then. They're always good for a good time. Again, the shop is quiet. No hammering of metal. No whine of heavy machinery. Nothing but the sound of your own footsteps and the low electrical hum of Raptor's work terminal. The monitor above the work desk is alive with vibrant imagery. Graphs, technical readouts, and reference images fill the screen. He looks up at you, his face bathed in the blue light of the display. Ah, hello again, my friend. Back for more answers. I can take the time to talk if you can. Alright, let's chat. Want to continue our discussion from last time? Yes, my friend, I suppose there are. Go on then. Ask your questions. Let us see where your inquiries take us. Last time we spoke, you told me that essence loss didn't hurt you. I want to know why. Yes, I did tell you that. And I do owe you an explanation. He turns his head slightly, peers at you through the corner of his eye. Tell me, my friend, what do you know about essence loss and its effect on the metahuman psyche? Losing essence kills a part of you. Removes your ability to feel anything. Sure, let's go with the first one. More detached you become from reality. Yes, that's right. And this detachment can be deeply traumatic for the sufferer. The literature is full of such cases. He levels his gaze, focuses it on your face. There's a smile on his face, but his eyes are devoid of warmth. Now, what would you say if I told you that after my accident and subsequent cyber surgery, I felt no different at all? That even in the beginning I was completely unchanged? I'd ask if you knew why. I do, in fact. Would you like to know? I would, in fact! I was born with what society has deemed a psychological defect. Oh! He's a sociopath! Out of fear of social repercussions, I spent most of my life hiding it. I still hide it, even now. The lessons of my childhood were not wasted on me, and I know the value of reputation. But since the accident, I have come to recognize this quirk for what it really is. A selective advantage. And what is this defect you're talking about? Primary psychopath. I guess I don't know exactly what that means. But he's probably not using the word psychopath in the way that it's usually used in slang. I was diagnosed as a primary psychopath at the age of 8. Koshei scuttles forward, brushing up against Ractor's leg. Metal on metal, separated by a thin layer of cloth. The drone's many eyes focus on you, irising wide open and bathing you in a dull red glare. Well, diagnosed is probably not the correct word. There is no formal diagnosis of psychopath in the DSM. But all the markers were there. I displayed a complete lack of empathy on the Davis International Reactivity Index, and I scored a perfect 40 on the PCLR. A blood test showed that I inherited a damaged gene that has been linked with aggressive behavior, and the activity level in my ventromedial prefrontal cortex is vanishingly low. Means he's a red, green, or blue psychopath, not one of the secondary colors? Oh, okay. Yeah, we hear so much about yellow psychopaths. I guess he's not one of those. So this is sounding like sociopathy. Damaged gene that has been linked with aggressive behavior. Maybe that's why he's funneled his aggressive urges, his id, into Koshei. Maybe that's why the drone keeps feeling like he's about to kill me until Ractor's like, hey, knock it off. If you know that you have, like, wildly out of proportion aggressive urges, it kind of makes sense to try and divorce them from your body. Wow, Ractor's a really weird kid. I don't know what ventromedial prefrontal cortex means. This stuff. Like autism, psychopathy is a spectrum, not a singular disorder. He dips his head, smiling. But I am definitely on that spectrum. Knew there was something seriously wrong with you. Okay, I mean I did. But like, this is a weird way to phrase it. Let's not be negative. And do you think this condition is the reason why you didn't suffer the trauma of essence loss? But let's talk about that spectrum first. Before I turned to the shadows, I considered myself a pro-social psychopath. That is to say, I had the markers for psychopathy, and I expressed some of the expected behaviors, but I never killed anyone. At least, not until it became a job requirement. Now, I'm not so sure. I will admit that there is a certain thrill to our profession. It is quite liberating, being paid to hunt and kill other men. But I only indulge these appetites when I'm on the job, and I never bring my work home with me. Good. Good. Happy that you're not planning on hunting and killing me, I guess. I'm sure this all comes as a great shock to you. No, it really doesn't. I had you pegged as a serial killer from moment one anyway. Just look at this portrait. But I tell you, my condition is actually an advantage. One that protected me from the mental trauma of my accident and subsequent reconstruction. I guess if you don't believe that anything else is real already, then something that distances you from reality is not going to affect your outlook that much. Fantastic. The psychological blow of essence loss can be devastating. This mental trauma is ultimately responsible for much of the damage and self-destructive behavior suffered by those who ride the razor's edge. Of course, there is a physical limit to how far the metahuman body can be pushed, but a normal person will reach his mental breaking point far in advance of this. The loss of self, the loss of capacity, it is too painful to bear. But you didn't hit that breaking point. No, I did not. Indeed, I am quite certain that my breaking point does not exist. What does it matter to me if my capacity for empathy and conscience is stripped away? I never possessed either of those qualities in the first place. Well, this is so mean. Why be mean? I'm not gonna be mean to Ractor. If he wants to call me his friend, then he can call me his friend. I'm calling him my friend. We're friends here. Okay, you say that your mental condition protected you from the trauma of essence loss. Got any proof of that? I have myself, my own experience. Nearly all of my essence was stripped away in a single stroke, and I didn't even notice. What more do you need? I mean... what would actual proof be other than a person's experience? What would actual proof be? Your subjective experience doesn't qualify? Why wouldn't it qualify? Like, what kind of proof would I be looking for? The same thing happening, but in a lab? Some doctor who came around and was like, nope, that actually happened. Like, is that what I need? If that was his experience, I'll take him at his word. And you would be wise to. I speak the truth. My hypothesis makes good sense, my friend. I have never possessed the sense of humanity that others hold so dear. If having it stripped away is traumatic, then it stands to reason that I would be protected from that trauma. Chromed out psychos. Phrasing! Come on! I actually would dearly like to use this academic etiquette here, because that is the question that I want answered. This is a rephrasing of that same question, but phrased in a way that's a little more negative and not very rigorous. This is such an aggressive way of asking this question, but it is the question I want to ask. Have you seen if any... Okay, so this unfortunately has led me down a path that... God damn it. Led me down the path of being a little bit more aggressive about disbelieving him, which is not what I wanted. I wanted that question asked without the repercussions of... without having my character believe the things that are necessary to ask that question in that way. Alright, whatever. I screwed it up. It's fine. In a word, no. I have been far too busy in the shop to troll the streets for augmented psychopaths. All the same, I am certain that time will prove me right. More certain of it than I have ever been of anything. Call it a matter of faith, I suppose. I dislike the term, but it applies. That's the way you want to play this, then fine, but don't expect me to buy into your belief system if it isn't based on facts. A fair point, and a fair criticism. In time, I will endeavor to show you the proof of my beliefs. Until then, think of me as you would any other member of the team. Gobbet has her rat. I have this. It is mine. You cannot take it from me. Alright, well, let's go back to what we were talking about before. Or not. Let's not go back to what we were talking about before. Thoughts about that last run? No, he didn't come with me. This is absolutely not a thing I am going to say. I definitely will keep working with Ractor, psychopath or not. It's a lot to process, Ractor. Yes, I'm certain it is. For what it's worth, I think you are handling the information rather well. In the past, there were others who were more rigid in their thinking. When I revealed myself to them, they reacted badly. I'm quite pleased that you haven't done the same. Yeah, right? Still friend. Exactly. This is why I shied away from the, like, does friend even mean anything to you? Like, whatever. Why be aggressive about it? Ractor's very much still the same Ractor that he was before I knew that he was a clinical psychopath. Which means that it hasn't shown through yet, and is probably not dangerous to me personally. Which is all that I'm asking from him, really. Alright, you see that you were born the way you are. If that's true, then it isn't your fault. I can't hold you accountable for it. I can definitely hold him accountable for it. I can hold him accountable for his actions, regardless of what set those actions into motion. Don't judge my allies on what they are. It's what they do that counts. Yup, that's the one. Also, I consider you a friend. Like, both of these are fine. I don't know that I want to lean too far. No. Let's lean too far into it. Still friend. I don't care if you're a psychopath, Ractor. I consider you a friend. Thank you, the lever. The feeling is quite mutual, I assure you. He salutes you with the stub of a cigarette. Your acceptance is as appreciated as it was unexpected. I will not forget it. Now, if you don't mind, I would like you to leave. He turns back to his work desk. There is work to be done. Of course. We'll catch up after another run. Alright. So, I kind of had him pegged as somewhere on the, like, autism something spectrum. Because he was clearly not good at dealing with people. Lacking in empathy, maybe. Psychopathy makes sense. Psychopathy makes sense. So what's up with Gaichu? Our favorite cannibal ghoul. Cannibal Samurai. Man. Cannibal Samurai sounds like a good name for a punk band. In the darkness of the cabin, Gaichu is hunched over a pile of keepsakes. He's unpacked most of his box, and the contents are lying strewn about the floor in a disorganized mess. The ghoul gingerly picks through them, turning each one over in his fingers as he feels their shapes. He addresses you without looking up. Of course he does! He's blind! They constantly reference where Gaichu is looking. Even though they also go out of their way to remind me that he does not use his eyes for vision. Why? Please, mind your step, the lover. I fear I have made quite a mess, and many of my possessions are quite delicate. I would be rather upset if you were to accidentally crush any under your feet. After a moment, he places the one he holds, a small ceramic statuette of Daruma, to one side. Lifting his face, he touches his brow in salute. I apologize for the mess. Why have you got all this out on the floor? Gaichu gingerly begins collecting his things and arranging them back in the box. I am simply thinking about the chain of events that have brought me to Hong Kong. I've been considering our talk about my former unit, about what my plans are with regard to their incessant hunt and need for closure. I begin to think that I too need closure, an end not only to the hunt, but to our dance around the core issue. One of us must die, that the other might live. As it is, we are locked in stasis. Wow, Gaichu's been reading too much Harry Potter. You're not going to run off to a new city? No. While I may follow that course of action later, it will not be because I am forced to. I am tired of being obligated to live on their terms. So they will die on mine. Okay. Alright. Good. Good. This is the Gaichu that I hired. This is the thought processes of the murder-hungry ghoul that I thought I was getting. I began searching the Shadowland BBS for any jobs against Renraku Holdings here in Hong Kong. Gaichu taps his braille reader with one toe. It is surprisingly easy to use the Matrix when you can read postings with your fingers. Slower than direct interface, but certainly possible. I also began to offer a reward for information on Red Samurai teams known to be in the city. A modest reward. Nothing that would attract too much attention, but enough to keep people interested. Gaichu grins thinly, creating his chin in one hand. This bore fruit. A Red Samurai team arrived here a short time ago, smaller than normal size. Sounds like it could be them! It is definitely them. My contact described Ishida and Takagawa perfectly, as well as a new heavy gunner, most likely from another disgraced squad. What's more, he described a woman who looked exactly like Sasaki but with a scar here, on her forehead. Gaichu draws a finger down across his brow, over his right eye. Precisely where I cut her. How are you going to draw them out? Simply put, I intend to lure the team into responding to an action they believe to be perpetrated by an ordinary Shadowrunner, and ambush them. Then I will kill them. All of them. Once that is done, I can be free. I've found a job I'm certain will draw a Red Samurai response. Renraku is moving a prototype drone through Hong Kong on the way to a research facility in Chiba. It is of a new design, implementing machine learning and pseudo-intelligence. Gaichu stands, smiling wryly. Excuse me. Something that advanced would certainly attract a Red Samurai team, should someone attempt to steal it. What if another team responds? That would be impossible. Red Samurai are stationed at research facilities, black laboratories, and other high-security areas. Renraku has no such facilities in Hong Kong at the moment, as most of their holdings of that type are in Taiwan. My former unit will be the only one close enough to respond to the threat. The Johnson for this run is a Renraku scientist escorting the drone. He wishes to leave Renraku's employ, but is unwilling to risk reprisal should he escape on his own. To put it simply, he wishes to make it look like he was killed during a robbery, hence why he wishes the experimental drone stolen. If there is no body, there will be no investigation into his whereabouts. So we can kill two birds with one stone. Gaichu inclines his head in agreement. Precisely. I can rid myself of my pursuers, and he can be free of their yoke. While I owe this man no loyalty, I think I understand his sentiment. Besides, we will be receiving payment for a job. Alright, well, let's ask some questions first. Very well. Gaichu leans back on his heels, lifting his chin. What would you like to know? How do you know it's not a trap? A fair question, but one with a simple answer. Red Samurai are very risk-averse. Part of our training is to always put our lives on the line in defense of the company. Risking this drone in their quest for vengeance would be unthinkable. Gaichu gestures at a stack of chips lying nearby. I did my own digging. The shipping schedules line up perfectly to place the drone in Hong Kong, and Red Samurai would not have the authority to fake such records unless ordered to by their superiors. As I am the unit's private shame, this would not become a larger corporate matter. There is no profit in killing me for the company, only for the unit. How do you know it would rate a Red Samurai response? Before I was infected, we escorted and guarded similar projects in the drone division. While I am unsure whether this one belongs to precisely the same research division, they're close enough to make Red Samurai involvement a certainty, in my opinion. Drone research is one of Renraku's main advantages over larger megacorps. Ares controls military hardware. Seder Krupp has their heavy industry. But Renraku is the foremost drone development company in the world. No one else even comes close. Renraku will deploy Red Samurai to protect that advantage. Rely on it. You certain you can take them all on yourself? Alright, well, I'm glad that you think that we'll help you, because we will, but... No but, actually, yeah, this is correct. I'm surprised that I asked it in this way, rather than having the option to phrase it as, of course we'll help you. I guess I could have just not asked this question, and moved on to, yes, we'll help you. Maybe this is my fault. Gaichu shifts, running a hand over his bald head. He looks away, embarrassed. Well, I was hoping you would help me. You and the rest of the team. I may be able to kill them all myself. It is possible. But as I said before, I intend to give myself every possible advantage. That includes you, Wu, Gobbet, and the rest of the team. More guns means a higher chance of victory. And that is the proper way to lay a trap. Alright, I've heard enough. Sounds good for me. As soon as you're ready, I will message Mr. Johnson and let him know that we are prepared to fake his murder and be ready for our arrival. I suggest you prepare as well. The Red Samurai are excellent combatants, not to be taken lightly. Cool. Well, that's fun. Alright, well, now we've talked to everybody. Let's go spend some money. Also, maybe Crafty has learned something new in the time that we've been out. Who the hell is Mysterious Elf? Oh! It's the guy! It's the guy who's there in the previous 2 games. That's exciting. What's his name again? Yeah! It's the same guy. He's back. I love this guy. This guy's cool. This austere, refined-looking elf is browsing the shop's collection of telesma, herbs, and crystals. Noting your approach, he turns to face you. I have no idea what accent I gave him in the previous games. I think it was a different one in 1 and 2. I think I gave him a completely different voice in 1 and 2. Or between 1 and 2. So I guess it's just whatever I want to do with him here, huh? Good evening, my friend. I hope it's been a pleasant one. Pretty good so far. You? The elf cocks his head, considering the question. I have definitely had worse nights, without a doubt. As, I suspect, have many who live here in Heioi. One need only look to the walled city to see how far into misery and squalor one can fall. Algernon! Completely forgotten his name. My name is Algernon Halfdream. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Algernon does not extend his hand, but he does incline his head politely. It's not quite a bow, but almost. You don't sound like a local. No, I am not, I admit, though I have been to Hong Kong many times in the past. I was acquainted with Meow's mother, Eleanor. Algernon spares a moment to survey the shop. I must say, it's been kept in a wonderful condition, if not improved somewhat. You think Kajin is a good idea? I don't think I know what you're talking about. Can't quite place your accent. I have been traveling my entire life, and rarely stay in one locale for long. I would consider nowhere and everywhere my home. When you speak as many languages as I do, it's inevitable that they begin to bleed together, though I've always had a particular fondness for Cantonese. It has a lyrical quality few other languages can match. You got some interesting eyes, Algernon. Do I? I've never really thought about them, to tell you the truth. They allow me to see, and there our relationship ends. Surely there must be many people in Heioi with interesting eyes. Cyber surgery is so common these days as to be almost routine. Most people's eyes don't glow, Algernon. I suppose that's true. But there are so many inexplicable quirks of genetics in this post-awakening world. Birds that summon lightning, dogs that breathe fire, cats that transform into lions. Glowing eyes seem a small thing, taken in comparison to all of those. Are you a mage or a shaman? Yes. Algernon strikes me as a person who has maxed both his charisma and his willpower. What makes you think I'm either of them? Perhaps I am simply an inquisitive soul. Algernon smiles and gestures towards the racks of magical accessories on the wall. Of course, a merely inquisitive soul would not be interested in purchasing any of this. Perhaps I am both, or neither. The nature of magic is fluid, especially in these tumultuous times, so soon after the dragons have awoken. Too many people try to draw binary diversions between methods of thaumaturgy. At the heart of things, there is will, there is power, and there is change. Started working on strength after, sure. It's as believable as anything, honestly. Like, Algernon has been around the block a few times. Yes, Devanok. Perhaps I am full of shit. Perhaps you are, Algernon Half-Dream. So you've been in the Walled City? No. There's a leaden finality to Algernon's tone. He pauses for a moment before elaborating. I have looked around outside and spoken to some residents who trade at the edge, but I have not entered it. The misery and hopelessness of those within it is too overwhelming, and I would prefer not to venture too near such a well of negativity. But those emotions have colored and warped astral space in a unique fashion, one that I felt was worth studying, albeit from afar. He shakes his head sadly. Such a waste of human potential. To think of all of the ways the world and fate have failed those people. Yeah, I agree. See you later, buddy. Safe travels, my friend. Oh, Algernon. Ever the mysterious, wise old elf. A heavy scent buffets your senses. The scent of pure, unadulterated book. Book. Woody, musky, dusty. The light herbal essence from before seems like an afterthought in the wake of paper smell. Looking around, you see that the shopkeeper has abandoned her earlier feeble attempts at organizing the texts. Several of the towers of books are now reduced to piles on the ground. Candygram. That is an archaic reference. Crafty, you in? You hear a shuffling of papers. An arm rolls out from under a pile of blankets and books. Excuse me? Are you dead? Have you died? And Crafty raises her head, a notebook spread open on top of it. The book topples to the floor. Oh, hey, her voice cracks. Crafty clears her throat with a cough and stumbles out of her pile. Her voice is clear when she speaks again. Sorry about the mess. I was up all night reading. Or rather, up every night reading. You look like dog shit, Crafty. You look dog-tired. Feeling alright? Crafty lets out a single sharp laugh. I've been better, if that's what you mean. Going through these notebooks has been hard, not just because of the sheer amount of information. It's been a nostalgic ride, too. Why don't you take a break? No way. I've dug myself too deep to back out now. And I don't say that as a bad thing. I've made progress. I'm proud of that. She leans on a book-covered chair. The sooner I figure out these dreams, the sooner I can rest. And trust me, the lever, I'll make up for it in spades. And naps. You will pace yourself. You won't get anything done if you become sick. You make a good point. I appreciate the advice. But don't worry, it's not a total slog. These journals are just as exciting as they are laborious. So what's the latest? The latest? She walks over to a glass table and starts tossing books off it. As she digs through them, you realize the table is not actually a table, but a glass display case full of dried medicinal ingredients. Crafty withdraws a notebook from the pile, its binding unraveling, the pages holding on for dear life. Here we go. This one's loaded. Suspense is killing me. Got a couple big finds. Mom's notes are a mess, so I boiled them down to the most important information. An exorcism and the Yama Kings. Where do you want to start? What are the Yama Kings? Crafty turns a page marked with a red sticky note. She looks up at you. Tell me, how much do you know about the Yama Kings? Never heard of them. Personally, I'd only heard about the Yama Kings in fables and myths. Things to scare children to sleep, to inspire awe. As you can guess, intimate knowledge about the imaginary beings is largely non-existent. And here, she taps the page, we've found the demons of the walled city. Through my mother's excursions into the slum, she came to learn that its residents had their own unique Yama Kings, different from the traditional ones. The people there are segregated from the rest of Hong Kong. Over time, they came to believe that their home was possessed by local demons. Makes sense, considering the place's penchant for crime and disaster. Do their Yama Kings have names? There were 3 that Mom knew of. Lam Vai, Fu Meng, and Qian Ya. Each Yama King is associated with the negative energy on which they feed. Lam Vai feeds from cowards, Fu Meng from the guilty, and Qian Ya, slaves. Unfortunately, my mother's handwriting declined with her sanity. She rubs her forehead in frustration. She has a lot of details in here about these local Yama Kings, but I could only make out bits and parts. There's a list, something here about... Her mouth twists sideways and her eyes squint, straining to read the notes. Rules? Maybe laws of some sort? The thing that stood out to me is here. She plops a figure onto the page. It's about the propriety surrounding ownership in deals, exchanges, negotiations, luncheons? No, that last part can't be right. Anyway, it says the Yama Kings, under rules or laws, must adhere to the terms of a deal. And there's something else, but... She sighs and flips the paper onto the counter. Nope, sorry. Can't read anything past that. You know, it's strange to me that Mom found these mystical beings significant enough to mention in her documents. It makes me wonder if she thought they were real, or connected to the curse that she believed in. A thump, and Crafty closes the notebook. She casually tosses it back onto the display case. It's not the best lead, but I think it's a step in the right direction. It's definitely something more to ask Isabel about. Isabel might know about the Yama Kings. Alright, what about the exorcism? Tell me about the exorcism. She'll let me drink some water, and then you can tell me about the exorcism. She flips through the notebook, and after locating the right page, lays the book on the counter. Her index finger glides across the notes as she summarizes its contents. One of Mom's trips to the walled city, she decided to check out an archway, an old crumbling relic that residents believed to be haunted. Mom wasn't sure about the hauntings, but upon entering the area, she immediately felt that it was a place of concentrated chi. Alright, I know somebody who's mentioned it. Crafty looks up from the notebook. I'd believe that. It's a fairly prominent landmark. Seems to me like most people from the walled city would at least have heard of it, if not seen it. What did she say? I can boil it down to creepy. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. At least from what my mother wrote, it was seriously bad. So what happened next? The chi wasn't like your standard run-of-the-mill energy. Even for the walled city, this chi was exceptionally dark, and it all seemed to gravitate toward the arch. So she did what any kook of her magic brand would try, a Taoist exorcism. Really? Any kook, huh? How did that go? It went to hell. The exorcism failed, and something happened to her. She broke. Crafty takes a deep breath through her nose. My mother had entered the city strong, confident, and capable, but when she left that day, it's hard to explain. It's as if the experience left her vulnerable to those base horrors within the walled city. She grew paranoid and became frail of mind and body, a mere shadow of her former self. It's as if she'd witnessed something, and it changed her. She became more obsessed than ever, and that's how I remember her now, as that broken woman. I'm not sure how this fits into our investigation, but if that sort of malevolence is coursing through the walled city, it's no wonder the people who live there experience such terrible dreams. No wonder indeed. Send me a copy of those notes. Crafty taps her finger to her nose. Already a step ahead of you. I just finished digitally transcribing the information. I'll send it your way. She looks around the book-covered shop. As soon as I find my terminal. Thanks, Crafty. Alright, so what are you selling? Nothing new, it would seem. New Conjure, Mana Static is still the top of the list. Outfits, still 6 is the top of the list. But 6 is probably worth getting if we can't find any other outfits that affect our stats. And it doesn't seem like there are a lot of stat-affecting outfits right now. All of the outfits that we've seen are purely armor, nothing else. So I probably just buy the better armor. I don't know which better armor I want to wear, though. I guess I can kind of take a... Because most of the vendors have level 6 armor, and they seem fairly interchangeable. Like, I could buy this one because it makes me look like more of a shaman. But, you know, maybe there's other armor that looks better. Let's check out the other armors. I'll let you get back to it. See ya, Crafty. What is this? Has this always been here? This is dramatic looking. Who else had outfits for sale? I feel like our monk out here had outfits. Is that true? What you got? Yep. Kunai ninja suit. Dope. I think I like that better than the other thing. See you later, Shen. But we should keep on looking just in case there are other better things. I haven't been back in Club 88 the entire time I've been here either. Maybe there'll be like new conversations to be had with people here. I had forgotten about the club soundtrack. Hang on, this is a lot. Whoa, it's not considered the music volume. It's ambient volume. Okay. Sure. But this has not been a problem before, so I think I gotta remember to bring this back up after we're done. The Troll Patriarch of Club 88 gently polishes a collection of old wooden belaying pins. These are but a few of the nautical touches that struggle vainly to assert their theme against the club's otherwise glassy neopunk decor. Back again. Not just another ship passing in the night, eh? Spent some time in the Navy? No, not military. Was a merchant marine, though, for many good years. Sounds like you miss it. Do I not strike you as the king of island nightlife? You look more like you want to bash the house speakers with those pins. You can take the man out of the ocean, but not the ocean out of the man. What a phrase. Sure. Ain't that the truth? How can I help you? Why the change of vocation? Why does a man give up drinking, or sell his trike, or throw out his porn collection? For a woman, of course. And I had me one hell of a woman. Still do. This place was her dream. A business, a home, for us together. Hard to deny the worth in that, no matter how much I miss what I once had. No, sir. No regrets. No regrets at all. Well, good for you. Good for you. Who is Brent Shirky? Something I can help you with, friend. The elf has a hard-set look to his face, and the cold stare of someone accustomed to casual violence. The most striking thing about him, however, are the glowing golden tattoos that wrap from his forehead around the back of his head, just over one ear. Trying to meet the local color, the elf casually extends one arm, turning it over so you can see his pale skin. I'm no local. I speak the language, but that's just common courtesy when you're working in another country. You want to get chummy with Hong Kongers? Go hang out at a night market. I'm only here for work. Oh yeah? What do you do? Fixing you with a dubious look, the elf cocks his head. What the hell do you think, man? Look at you. We're obviously working the same angle here in Haoi. The name's Brent. Brent Shirky. He doesn't extend a hand, but nods at you in greeting. I'm a mage. One of the best in this hemisphere, in fact. Nice to meet you. I'm the lever. Good to know you. You need anyone to pick up the magical slack on your team, you can find me here. What's your specialty as a mage? Kind of bullshit question is that? Are you interviewing me for a job renting tuxedos or something? Brent snorts and hunches over the table on one elbow. Magic is about power. You can dress it up however you like, but that's the core of what it is. Met a lot of magicians that talk about being spiritually in tune with the universe, or reaching a higher state of enlightenment. It's all crap. You focus your will to enact a change on the universe. The stronger your will, the bigger the change. Calling it anything else is just window dressing. That's why I bring the big guns. Fire, lightning, raw force. My will is stronger than steel, or Kevlar, or stone. A good mage knows exactly how far they can push themselves, and they ride that limit. It's not the blessing of a totem or idol, but their own skill at knowing their limits. Just like an athlete. So you're a poser? What, just because he's not an artiste, he has to be a posier? He probably is a pretty good mage. But, he's definitely got a philosophy. Wonder if all mages... I wonder if you have to have a philosophy. I wonder if you can't be a mage without a philosophy. And he sure likes to talk about it, doesn't he? It's a remarkably open way of putting it. Why should I dress it up? Just because some people grasp at gods? Sure, they get totemic power from somewhere, but totems always seem to match the shaman's pre-existing outlook and prejudices. Some people can't accept the power comes from within themselves, so they have to pretend it's been given to them. You know, he kind of reads like someone who's been on r/atheism for entirely too long. Brent lifts a hand, gesturing in the air as he speaks. It's like this. We know we can graph the power output of magical energy. We can benchmark the intensity of spirits and astral energies. The entire basis of modern thaumaturgy is treating magic like any other science. We don't know how everything works, but the same is true for quantum physics. Why should we assume higher powers are at work when the scientific method can be applied to thaumaturgy? I certainly understand the desire to look for answers in the heavens, but they're just as ephemeral as ever. Why be an artist when you can take all the fun out of it? I bet he had religious parents. I bet that was it. So he has gone wildly counter. What's with the magical tattoo? Oh, this. Brent lifts two... Oh, this old thing. Brent lifts two fingers, running them across his forehead toward the tip of his ear. Got this done in Yokohama a few years back. An old crewmate's brother is a tattoo artist out there, specializing in quickened spells. You put this kind of ink in, it's like getting a spell cast on you for good. A ward will knock it down, just like normal, but you never have to recast the spell. It just slowly regenerates. A nice alternative to cyberware. What spell? Kinda prosaic, but I'm really allergic to pollution. Intensely. Oh, your frail physique cannot handle the dirty air of modern society. I don't know how we got off on this train of like making fun of Brent, but it seems so easy to make fun of. Developed it during a stint in Kolkata a few years back. Something about all the crap they pumped into the air just wrecked my lungs. I couldn't keep up on the job, so this spell alleviates the allergies. Not as flashy as mind reading or something, but still useful. Wow, now I have to see what he says about this. Why don't you use a street name? Is this gonna be something else that's like... Is this gonna be a hell of an answer, or is this gonna be some random BS I don't care about? Brent shrugs, one corner of his mouth curling up in a wry smile. When I started running, I was too young to know better. By the time it mattered, I was too good for anyone to do anything about it. Sweet! So it's ego. It's all ego. Since I'm sinless, it's not like any of the megas can attach meaningful information to the name. It's just as meaningless as any street name in terms of tracking me. Besides, street names have always struck me as a little ridiculous. You're gonna call yourself something that sounds like a teenage Matrix handle? That shows you're serious? Please. I wouldn't be able to look myself in the mirror if I called myself something like Blackheart, Silverhand, or Adariel. It's just ridiculous. Alright, well, don't name yourself like you're role-playing. You don't have to name yourself like a D&D character, buddy. Brent Shirky is a name that's mine. I've owned it my whole life. Why change that now? Johnny Silverhand would enjoy kicking you in the nuts. It takes all kinds. Alright, so next is shopping. But before we talk to Ermin Cafe, I'm gonna take a quick break, and we'll come back to this momentarily. Leave you folks with some music while I'm gone, and in the meantime, I encourage you to get up, stretch your legs, get some water, go to the bathroom, etc. Silverhand is one of the most famous cyberpunk NPCs. Famous from where? It's a pretty good name though. Anyway, yeah, encourage you to stand up a little bit, and I'll be back in a bit. Alright, I am back. I'm gonna pause the music and bring the game back up, and we'll keep this going. This techno loop will never stop being funny. Never ever. Alright, what do you have to say for yourself? Ermine Cafe. It doesn't take a Shadowrunner's eye to tell who runs Club 88. Even the roughest of patrons show deference to the troll woman in the back. It also helps that she tends a veritable arsenal of high-grade firearms. You know, with these turrets out here, it's, not hard to consider that I should be showing a little respect. Would you like to be my friend? Back again, I see. Didn't catch your name before. Didn't catch yours either. I'm the lever. Ermine Cafe. Pleased to meet you. We get a lot of passers through. After their business with the Darkman or the Yellow Lotus, they get escorted here to relax and shop. And they leave. I'm happy to never know their names. But you're a different story, aren't you? What have you heard? Not much. Yet. So what can I do for you? Ooh, might she know about Raymond Black? I seem to recall a blurb on the news, but I didn't pay much attention. Not a name I know. And if it was a name worth knowing, I'd know it. Alright, what are you selling? Outfits? Ares operative gear. Okay, that's a little over the top. That's not really what I'm looking for. I don't think we need to, I don't think we need to go full faceless goon. Alright, well, I got what I wanted out of here, which was to look at the shop. As you pass in front of the walled city, something takes hold of your chest and squeezes. What the hell? An internal pang, like a panic attack, but worse. Something is happening. Drama. You feel your chest compress, and for a second, the world turns to liquid. It takes all the effort you can muster to keep from falling over. A strobing patchwork of images flashes before your eyes. Fragments of dream and sense memory all stitched together, playing on a loop in your head. Walled city residents kneeling. The churning sound of grinding gears. Leaning buildings. Soiled streets. Used needles on a sidewalk. The images come faster and faster. Teeth. Thousands and thousands of teeth. The Redmond Barons and the first man you ever saw killed. A crown of ivory over a shimmering veil. Duncan at age 10, his legs pumping, running for his life from a pack of Halloweeners. Strange anatomy that doesn't make sense to your logical mind. A door. A heavy, industrial door. Something is written on it in faded yellow paint, but you can't make it out. And just like that, the slideshow ends. The images fade to nothing, returning you to the Haoi streets. The outermost facade of the walled city towers over you, huge and oppressive. A group of kindly Chang's blue lanterns pass you by, oblivious to the event that just took place in your head. You take a step forward, then another. You still feel woozy, but you don't need to take a knee. The event, whatever it was, is over. Your mind is your own. What the hell just happened? I'm not a fan. Something on a boat? What was the thing on the boat? Travel to the MV Naichi and steal the data and tissue samples. Oh, maybe that was the other job, was on the boat? Alright, well, I'm just gonna buy the more shaman-y outfit from Crafty over here and call it good. Show me what you got, Crafty. Specifically this. Confirm. Confirm. Also, I have stuff I want to sell, maybe? Your stash, yes. This one and this one and this one. Get out. Thanks, Crafty. Alright, so now I guess it's take a nap and then go do a mission? I thought there was something to do in the Mahjong parlor. Didn't Strangler Bao send us a letter saying it was very urgent? As you pass in front of the walled city... Oh, this again? Why this again? Weird. Okay, do people want to talk to me now that we've slept? Or is this the same? He still just wants to be left alone. Alright, buddy. We've learned a thing or two about... Nope, come back later, I'm busy. Gobbet? Is Gobbet still... Heavy stuff going down. Alright, well... Sounds like nobody really wants to talk now, so I guess... We'll go do a mission. Let me double check those emails. Oh, I have 2 unread messages. What? This looks like 1 unread message. Mother's notes. Ah, yeah. Hey, the lever, here are the notes you asked for. Before you dive in, a heads up. They're a complete transcription of that list from my mother's journal, as in they're the thoughts and ramblings of an insane woman. It's not an easy read. Another dream. This time it was a near figure, a shadow, a wraith, faceless. I heard its voice, though it did not speak. When I awoke, I was inside my home, though I had been in the city just moments before. Where am I? A weight dropped into me. I felt the words of the wraith in my skin and the tips of my hair. I saw its mouth in my mind's eye. Rows and rows and rows of lies. Morning. My hand was to the paper before I even knew I was writing. It wrote the words, these words. They cannot lie. I added it to my list. Evening. Was it a king I saw? Was it really there? I was in the city. Same difference. I was in the city, I'm sure of it. Then how did I end up here? Was I carried back? My list is growing. Soon, with this knowledge, I will stop the kings. A step forward is a step backward. A step backward is a step forward. I don't think that works, but okay. Each wraith has a name, a true name and a false name. Knowing their true name is knowing their weakness. To call them on their lies is to make yourself invincible. They will still try to eat you. Oh, so, slightly vincible. You can be a little vinced. They fear the feathers of unborn chicks. Weird. Kings must be one or the other. That is, of the negative world or positive. But positive doesn't necessarily make them good, nor negative make them bad. They simply are. Once a deal is brokered, it cannot be unmade. Kings and the planets are closely connected. When nearest the sun, their power wanes. When farthest, it grows. There is only one wraith. There is only one wraith. There may be 2 wraiths, but there is most certainly only one wraith. Yeah, this does not clear up a whole lot. They must follow the laws of the universe, rules set in motion long ago. Should they concede defeat, all is lost to them. Kings are the rulers of us all. They take from us their lifeblood, and with it parts of our souls. Do not give them what they seek, and you will be their match. They cannot lie. Morning. I made breakfast. It fell on the floor in the shape of my death. Another truth revealed to me. I added it to my list. It's all or nothing. They are all liars. I thought they couldn't lie. Another dream. It was in white space. I could taste the color as if it were air. This time, no voice. Just rows and rows and rows. Rows and rows and rows and rows and rows. Of lies. Probably. A mess, I know. There's not a whole lot of significant material other than what I already picked out, but even that is contradicted within Mom's notes. Everything should be taken with a grain of salt. Meantime, I'll keep looking into it. Good luck on your end. Thanks. I have one unread message. What is my unread message? Go back is not an unread message. Read my old messages? Urgent problem? Meet me at the Mahjong parlor. Okay. I thought that was going to be a thing. I guess we should meet them at the Mahjong parlor. Upper right corner notifies you have one unread message. Where is my unread message? Why am I being lied to? I was under the impression they cannot lie. Any pending jobs I care about? Well, this is the same pending jobs as before. Something is very weird here. One unread message. New messages. No messages. Go back. What? Is this a puzzle? Is this an intended game mechanic? Something weird is happening. Alright, Strangler Bao had something important to tell me, so let's go talk to Strangler. Let's go talk to Bao. Strangler Bao stands impassively, muscular arms folded across his chest. The low noise and stale smell of the Mahjong parlor seems to glance off him, like rain off a granite statue. He acknowledges you with a nod, a quarter of an inch. His rumbling bass voice seems to vibrate the floorboards. We have a problem. Maximum law. Bao says it as if it explains everything. He's been talking in the Matrix about your jobs. It's drawing attention. Kindly wants him shut up. I like having a fierce reputation. This is Hong Kong, not Seattle. A good reputation here is also a quiet reputation. Even in that hole you come from, having your name openly linked to crimes must be bad. Law isn't being discreet. He needs to be discreet. Bao leans forward just a little, shifting onto the balls of his feet, like a tilting slab of concrete. Your job is to fix the situation. Don't bother finding me when you're done unless there's something to clean up. I've got better things to do with my time. He eyes you skeptically. Any questions? Law's got leverage. He's Wampoan. Leverage. He's entry level. The Wampoans recruit a lot of fresh meat and cull out those who are unfit. We are the ones who have pull with Wampoa. Law pushes a wheelbarrow. So, what exactly do you want me to do here? Just make him shut up. What happens to Law doesn't matter to anyone. He has no family here. No standing. Seems ironic that you're handling this? Bao's gaze doesn't flicker. Just take care of it, the lover. Alright, I'll take care of it. If you need to kill him, don't make a neighborhood scene. That upsets people. Do this like you're from here, respectful of the peace. It may be difficult. You'll probably need to do it on that boat of his. He almost never leaves it. This needs to be handled soon. Strangler Bao grunts and nods almost imperceptibly, as if to signal the end of the conversation. Thank you, the lover. Your skill is appreciated. As is your protection. Okay, so we gotta tell Law to knock it off? I guess this is in part my fault, since I've been telling him about my exploits. But maybe, one friend to another kind of casual knock it off will get the job done. Yo, the lever! Law's voice is gregarious, yet tinged with awe. He smiles widely. How can I style out the carnivore? What do you need? We need to talk. privately. It's important. Yo, I am your man for that. Law glances around with an almost comic furtiveness, bulky goggles weaving. You here? I can't leave the palace. It's okay, we can talk here. Just keep your voice down and turn off your open sign for a moment. Yo, you got it. Anybody ever tell you you're kind of a spooky guy, the Lever? You kind of are. Law's boat obscures you from the shore, and his bulky piles of tarp-shielded electronics somewhat obscure you from the boardwalk. Concealment is poor and dynamic at best, but at least the lanes of visibility are confined. I dig the shadiness. I dig it. Now I am your man for serious business. What's up? You've been talking about me and my team on the BBS, and people are sniffing around. Ah, people talk. It's no big deal. The BBS and the Whampoa boards are secure. This is what Whampoa does. We handle info. And right now, your face is golden in Whampoa. No, they aren't secure. They're anonymous. This is actually a really good line. Yeah. I see yellow text, I click yellow text. What do you mean? They're data havens. You're not actually a Decker, are you? Is this rude? Do I mind being rude to Max Law? I don't know if that's rude. But that is pretty much the line I need to take here. Yeah, they're data havens, but they're not secret. The blood drains from Law's face. You're serious, aren't you? Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Man, what have I done? He swallows hard. Sweat runs in streams down his face from under his VR goggles. He breathes heavily. A quick glance around reveals that there's a lull in the usually busy foot traffic on the nearby docks. Only a few people are in sight. This may be the only opportunity to kill him. You need to conform to spec. I like this line. It, in theory, feels like I'm talking Max's language. I don't want to kill him. I still don't want to kill him, alright? If I can avoid killing him, I would like to avoid killing him. Law nods and swallows hard again. What should I do, the Lever? Keep your mouth shut, play smart, you'll be fine. Maximum Law looks like he's about to be sick. His voice is faint. Thanks. You gave... It's true, honestly. If it had been anybody else, it probably would have been easier to just kill him. But, you know, heads up. Don't die. Alright. So, I'll see you later, buddy. And... Bao doesn't care. Like, I needed to have a conversation, but there's not a lot of reason to go back and talk to Bao about it. And in fact, I am literally incapable of going back to talk to Bao about it. So, that's cool. Which means we are on whatever mission we're on now. Was there anything else that was styled as time sensitive? Was this boat thing time sensitive? I don't think it was. 2 unread messages. Problem solved. Good. See that you have solved the problem. Kindly will be pleased. Yeah. 1 unread messages. 1 unread messages. 1 unread messages. Where are my unread messages? It's not active jobs. Attending the party. This is Dr. Shen Yang, which we still haven't engaged in. May engage in. May not engage in. That's also fine. And then there's data retrieval. This is the one that's on the boat. Conscience. Quite horrible. Eastern Tiger. He releases the information. Yeah, so this is on the boat. This is the boat trip. Don't have to go right away, but don't take too long. Do we want to do this first then? Or do we want to go... Like, I want to do the personal stuff first. I kind of... Kindly stuff I can do whenever. I'd rather do the personal stuff first. And it doesn't seem like there is a time limit on any of these jobs. Once they get offered, they kind of stay offered, it seems. Or at least that is my impression so far, and I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary. On the whole, I'd much rather do the personal stuff than Kindly's random BS. So let's go do Gaichu's mission. Let's go help out Gaichu. God, what am I going to do with all this extra money? Giant pile of money that I don't really know what to spend on. Also have some karma that I haven't spent. I should figure this out before I go running off. This thing doesn't seem like a bad idea. Enemy HP is visible is a nice feature to have. Intelligence is otherwise worthless for me, but this biotech feature is nice to have. Calculate a chance to hit with melee and throwing weapons, which doesn't matter to me. Increase the damage value of melee attacks, doesn't matter to me. And how far a grenade can be thrown, I'm not tossing grenades, so it doesn't matter to me. Hit in ranged combat, but I'm not sure if that counts the same as the chance to control spirits, chance to hit with offensive conjuring spells. Is this... Hold on. Is this a ranged weapon or an offensive conjuring spell? Feel like it should be an advanced conjuring spell. Oh, I'm wearing a kilt. This is a weird look for my character. Can I turn this down and go with the other outfit instead? Guess I just need to be on the lookout for a better outfit, because this did not turn out the way I wanted it to be. Oh, well. Like, from this top half, it doesn't look too bad, but then it's got this, like, fanny pack and, like, utility belt and kilt kind of look, which, like, I was not expecting. Too many pockets, TBH. Drugs. We should just go back to the stash, you know? It's fine. I'll just stash it. Honestly, stash this grenade too. I'm never going to use it. Stick with the fetishes. Oh, I could buy a fetish. That's actually not a bad idea. Some random bonus to my my spirit control abilities. And I could also bring, like, one of the high-level instant spirit tabs. This is willpower and spellcasting. This is charisma and spirit control, which is more in line with what I'm looking for. And I could bring one of these high-level fetishes. Sounds like a good time. How is this a consumable? I guess because it takes up a consumable slot, even though it is not consumed. Requires spirit summoning 3. Okay. Fortunately, I have spirit summoning 3. And I have the money to buy both a spirit fetish and one of these elemental fetishes. Kind of like that idea. I don't have enough spirit summoning. I see. Well, that's a place I can spend some karma, I guess. Cannot spend while in combat, or while in conversation. Understood. What is this? Where did it think I was? That's super weird. Maybe that was like down here, so this was like visible on the map for some reason. That would be funny. I guess it makes sense. This is probably all one map. That seems like it's easier, and then just hide the parts that you're not in. It's funny though. Okay, but I don't have enough karma to actually do the thing here. I can do it in part. So I guess we'll do part of it. And then this I can only grab with more karma. Okay. But I also want to keep on leveling my spirit control, I think. Otherwise, I'll get in trouble. But as I get more karma, I will definitely level both of those up. All right, let's go do Gaichu's thing. That sounds like a good time. All right, well, we definitely need to bring Gaichu. We should probably bring Isabel, as this is a corp hit kind of thing. So bringing a Decker seems like a good call. And then we want some DPS. We want some heavy hitters. We want someone who can beat the crap out of other people. So probably not Gobbet, which means Ractor or Duncan. And I don't know that I have strong opinions about whether we bring Ractor or whether we bring Duncan. Oh, good. She has her med kit and stuff back. That's good. It's very good. Level 3. Dope. Let's bring Duncan, I think. Because we're going to want at least a little bit of crowd control. And I feel like Duncan with his grenades is going to be a little bit better at it. The Tolo Harbor Industrial Complex, or THIC, thick, is a sprawling maze of warehouses, auto fabrication facilities, shipping container mazes, and corporate power. If something corporate owned is shipped through Hong Kong, it invariably moves through these streets. Oh. We're not actually in one of their facilities? Oh, we kind of are in one of their facilities. Okay, good. I was wondering if maybe Isabel was a bad choice. The Renraku shipping facility lies far enough away from the heart of Tolo Harbor that you won't have to worry about corporate security other than the on-site guards. And Renraku's extraterritoriality means that any fighting won't risk backup from Rent-A-Cops. Good. Alright. Well, this can just go in Duncan's pack. Might as well. This can go in Gaichu's pack. And this can stay here. I don't know when I'm going to use this, these drugs, but Gaichu is the most likely to get value out of a strength drug. As you exit the MTR and step into the Tolo Harbor streets, you are blessedly spared from rain. An ebb in the constant monsoon, combined with a sweltering heat, has left the concrete and your body blessedly free of moisture. Gaichu casts a glance at you, and he nods in satisfaction. This is the facility. Past that fence is the warehouse and test laboratories. Ishida and his team should arrive mere minutes after we breach their defenses. Shouldn't we try and make this stealthy and give ourselves time to get into position? Gaichu shakes his head. That will not be possible, I am afraid. A facility of this importance warrants a maximum security presence. Any covert points of entry will be guarded and trapped. We will have no choice but to go in through the front door. Whoa. While the Red Samurai provide a good backup team, there are too few of them to mount a standing guard. That means we'll be facing standard Renraku security forces. While they are not as potent as better-equipped security, Knight Errant, for instance, they're still skilled combatants. I've fought through some skilled combatants in the past, I'm not that worried. Wu grunts, nodding in satisfaction. Good. Corporate goons I know what to do with. No crazy-ass ninjas or samurai. Just guys with rifles and armor. That's the kind of opposition I'm good at handling. So long as you do not underestimate them, we should be fine. I hate to break it to you, Gaichu, I am already underestimating them. I trust your skills in combat. Gaichu flexes one hand, claws glinting under the sodium streetlights. Between these and your rifle, I suspect they will not stand a chance. Alright, unfortunately, before we get into this, I'm going to need to take another break. My body is not cooperating today. That said, I will leave you folks with some music, and be back, hopefully decently quickly. Poor, I mean, it is what it is. You can only do so much about it. Anyway, we'll be back in a bit. All right, I am back. Thank you as ever for your patience, folks. Thanks for sticking around, and let's get back into it. Okay, so we've got a prototype to locate up here, apparently. But there's also, like, this thing I could pick up. I do like me some medical supplies. Let's go exploring, shall we? Let's go take a look at what is around. Looks like we can get in here from behind. Maybe, this is my entryway. So I go in here, get ambushed by people probably. Unless I think I can come in from the back. Do I think I can come in from the back? Do I think there is a back way in? Clicking here just starts running through here. Okay, well then let's not get caught out, huh? Move forward a little bit at a time, and if we see people... Yeah, that's people. That's people. Let's get prepped. Everybody gets full armor. I like this trick. I like that I can do this. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Dunkening position. Cool. And the moment anybody makes a move, we end that turn. Just to make sure that people are in control. And not spotted yet. As long as we're not spotted yet, we're doing well. Being overly cautious here, but as long as I can be, I will be. One, two, three. So if I'm 1, 2, 3 closer, then this works. Just run up and... They still haven't spotted me. Do I just blow up the barrel? I kind of think I just blow up the barrel. Wow, this is free. That's not what I wanted. You back into position. I wanted Gaichu moving forward. Wow, I'm surprised they let me do this. This feels very convenient. If we have you run to here, probably safe. And if we have you run to here, are you still safe? Are you still... do they spot you? We're still not spotted. We're still not perma in combat. I can still just sit here and end turn, and everything is convenient. I'm still not spotted. Unbelievable. What does it take to get spotted here? Can I really just, like, walk past them and they never notice me? Well, heck with that. We're going loud. We might as well go loud. Let's go. I'm like wind. Yeah, till I blow up one of these barrels. Then I'm like an extremely loud wind that is easy to notice and causes firestorms. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in combat. Isabel, you can blow up some people, yeah? Napalm grenades? Please, napalm grenade? Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Isabel. Doing some work. Gaichu, can you do the thing? The other thing. This thing. How effectively can you do this thing? Not like super effectively. What am I looking at over here? 29 HP, 45 HP. Yo, this dude's a tank. 10 and 7. Oh, wait a minute. I thought you were going to get hit by napalm. Oh, I didn't take napalm, did I? I was so excited about it, and I didn't end up taking it. Not the right person. 7 and 10. How much damage are you actually dealing here? 10? I guess it'll kill whichever one it hits. These two are still pretty unwounded. It's not like you can do much here. Should we do AP damage? AP damage is pretty good. I guess if I stun people, then we can just kill, right? Just insta-death. Probably gonna need some haste up before that happens, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Rock them like a hurricane. I see. The other kind of wind. Alright, well, let's just do this. Because that's pretty powerful. And then armor up, I guess? And I think we'll just regular shoot someone here. Oh, I can't do the mercy kill. Too bad. Body blow does more AP damage than HP damage. That's true. Wow, you just have this stun on you? You've had this the whole time? Wild. Do I think I can kill here? Increased accuracy. Crit chance 55%. I like those odds. Ah, not quite. Let's get some kills, shall we? Time for the metal. Not the metal. Metal's the other stance. Metal's the defensive stance. We're just gonna kill you. That's what I like to see. Killing. I think blowing up the barrel is probably my best odds here. And this would have been more useful like a little bit ago. But I guess we'll do that now. Increased critical chance? I like that. Yeah, I got him. Perfect. Alright, let's go get the free medkit. Ooh, a maintenance panel, eh? Do like me some of that. I will take the Dock Wagon Drama Kit. Thank you. Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have gone loud. Let's go the rest of the way in, shall we? Isabel, will you grab the camera feed off this for me? Connections to building systems such as cameras and electrical powers. Good thing we have a decker. Sure thing. Definitely rattling out commands on her cyberdeck. Isabel shakes her head. Amateur security. Strictly amateur. Pipe the camera feed to your PDA. Neat. Your comlink screen springs to life and you're suddenly viewing what must be the interior of the facility. 2 Renraku security officers are clustered around a wall panel that appears to be malfunctioning. Thing's been giving me trouble all week. The gas pressure control circuit's running 55 amps running at 100,000 volts. Anytime there's a glitch in the system, it shorts out. I don't know what to tell you. I ain't a mechanic. Overload the fuses on the wall panel. That'd be cool. I guess I can't do that. Can't even tell Isabel to do that. Does Isabel not have decking 4? Are you kidding me? Tell me about Isabel. Isabel's decking 5. She could totally do it. Why is it not make Isabel do it? Whatever. We're going in. Alright, well... Armor up. This is such a good button, man. Why wasn't I doing this the entire time? What else is out here? Oh my god, look at this. Am I instantly in combat? I am not instantly in combat. They still haven't noticed me. Dope. I'm going to be able to make it all the way to the ley line. This is going to be great. Gaichu can stay like here. Duncan's going to be over here. Wait, these are the only people here, huh? I don't see anybody else. There's a mage here, but they're facing the wrong way. Duncan, get on this side of it. Isabel... I don't know what to do with you yet. You can hang out here for now, until we actually get into combat. Oh, beautiful. And they still don't know I'm here. God. This is so free. Oh, that sounds like we've been seen. I don't know how we got seen, but we got seen. Alright, Isabel. Strip him. And then shoot him. Nice! Look at that business. Kill him? 15 HP? Can you do 15 HP, my dude? Crit chance 91%? 50 HP looking pretty good. Oh, that's because I did the high crit thing. Is there a different high crit thing? Wait, is this a... Can I hit this? Less than 25% HP. So they need to be at like 12, I guess? 12 or 13? 15 like barely too high? That'll work. -2 AP. So they still have an AP though. I guess you don't know how many AP they have under normal circumstances, but maybe I can metal them out, and then they will have no AP. 83% hit chance? That's low. Yup, as expected. Big miss. Oh! Okay, well, you need to heal yourself. That is an unacceptable amount of damage. And then we'll toss some shots over here. And provide myself with some medium cover. This is the one that strips cover? I guess if they fight them, they'll strip cover also, because they'll be flanked. So I guess let's do some damage. Blow them up, buddy. That's good. Do it again. Super good. My favorite. Isabel can start moving forward. Duncan likewise. My armors. How dare you? Uh-oh. They came from behind. Let's see. If you can beanbag this bad boy... Oh, you really can't. Maybe you can beanbag the mage, then. That really should do better. Do we just spit here? Still undercover. I don't like that. Oh, you can't hit for anything, can you? Make them easier to hit, maybe? Of course. Should have expected. Yeah, you're in trouble, and you're just gonna stay in trouble. Do we metal, then? Maybe I metal. They still have a lot of HP. We'll just do some AP damage. Not that this ever hits. Woof. Achievement unlocked, Pinball Wizard. What the hell does that mean? Hit 3 or more enemies with a bouncing magic spell. This bounces? Oh, I guess because I'm here, the heal bounces. Except it wasn't enemies, it was allies. Well, cool? Alright, well, I think we can kill him from here, so let's just flank him out. Excuse me. There you go. You can do whatever it is you're doing over here. Continue taking your damage. I'm a little bit covered here. A little bit of defense. Rude. Want to try this thing again? There we go. Nice. And they're bleeding? And they're at 1 HP and they're bleeding 1 HP per round. Okay, so they're already dead. Superb. Which means we go after this girl. Sure, accuracy up. You're already dead. Fantastic news. Continue the damagey. Was she not already dead? Oh, can't hit from here. Out of line of sight. Maybe Isabel can fix this problem? Isabel can, in fact, fix this problem. So now that we're here, what are we doing? Quarantine terminal. Yo, I have no idea where I'm going? Zero idea? None whatsoever? There appears to be a thing out here. I think it's the outside, which we are no longer in. Alright, we still gotta find it, and it's not giving me any direction. Let's go check out a quarantine terminal. Elevator door. And it's in red? Sounds like a job for a decker, probably. Renraku Navi OS 614. Connecting you with your dreams. Gaichu, what is this thing? Gaichu runs his fingers over the terminal for a few seconds. This is the control panel for the quarantine room beyond it. Standard design across most Renraku facilities. Parazoologists use it to study the responses of paranormal animals to external stimuli. That sounds ominous. Isabel spends a long time looking past the glass into the room beyond. What kind of stimulus are we talking about here? The animals are exposed to high voltage current, open flame, toxic gases, etc. The primary purpose of these experiments is to identify the best specimens and reserve them for breeding. Those that are of sufficient stock survive, the rest do not. Such survivors make excellent guard animals once cybernetically controlled. You also ensure that without control, these animals are going to hate you. This does not seem like the best way to get cooperation. Maybe cooperation doesn't matter when you're a corp, when mind control is easy. We did not bring any drones with us. No drones. Zero droning. Oh, there's a person. A scared scientist. You better be. That looks like the drone prototype, to be honest. Maybe let's go after that. Hey, terminals. Alright, scared scientist. As you barge into the office, the lone scientist within leaps back to cower against the desk he was working at. Don't hurt me, please! Is it me or does the scientist look like somebody's evil twin? Like, they 100% look like the goatee-wearing version that comes out of a portal. A split second later, the scientist stands upright. An expression of profound shock spreads across his face, and he takes an involuntary half-step towards Gaichu. Wait, it's you! Saru! The man's amazement is apparent in his voice, which barely rises above a whisper. Renraku management said you were dead, but I knew they were lying. I didn't expect that you would be the one to answer my request. This is a good omen, my friend. Gaichu, in turn, seems just as surprised as the Renraku employee. Indeed, you were lied to. The shame the Red Samurai suffered due to their inability to kill me is undoubtedly something they wish to hide. I'm glad to see that you are well, but I am no longer Saru. That codename is long gone. Now I'm Gaichu. You know this guy? Yes. His name is Tanjiro Sasaki, a senior researcher. He has served Renraku for more than a decade. Gaichu smiles faintly, waving a hand toward Tanjiro. Do you recall how I said I had guarded similar facilities? They were usually in service of protecting Tanjiro's projects. Tanjiro's slowly relaxing, although the tremors in his hands indicate that adrenaline is still thick in his blood. It's true, and believe me, I can help you with what you're here for. We're here for the drone, and you don't look like one. I mean, okay. Maybe not directly, but like, dude, he can help. You get your drone. Your fixer got the job because I've arranged this. Why do you think it was so easy to get here? I want out of Renraku. This was the only way that I could devise that was foolproof enough. The second part of the contract is helping me fake my death. If a group of heavily armed Shadowrunners break in here, it's completely believable that I would be killed in the process. As of right now, I've suppressed the alarms. I can undo that. Once I've reached a safe distance, I will. The samurai will arrive just a moment too late to save the research and me. Threaten Tanjiro? He's already on our side. Come on. Are you doing this just to be an asshole? There's no need to be an asshole. So we've already helped you. What can you do for us? The Red Samurai team will rush to this building as soon as the alarms are released. I'll give you the code I wrote into my Overwatch program. Just use it on one of the security mainframes when you're ready. You'll have time to set up any ambush you like. Cradling his chin in one hand, Gaichu's eyes narrow. Typically, we would send the main force in through the front, leaving one team member aside to flank the opposition. It would be advantageous for us to isolate one of them and pick them off before the main force engages us. Tanjiro snaps his fingers suddenly, looking at Gaichu. You can use the quarantine room! It can be programmed to destroy contaminants, or apply lethal amounts of electricity. Regardless of which you pick, it should certainly kill anyone attempting to pass through it. Yes, that could work. Gaichu nods to you, expression bright. If we were to make the quarantine room look like the point of ingress, they would send at least one of the team there while the main squad utilized standard routes, namely, entering through the front door. The lever. We should let Tanjiro go. He has given us more than enough to accomplish the task at hand, and he is a friend of sorts. I would be sorry if any harm came to him. He's not leaving? He knows too much? He is the Johnson! He's literally paying us to help him fake his death! What the hell is this garbage? Yeah, get out of here, Tanjiro! Thank you. You have no idea what it's been like living under Renraku's thumb. You're giving me the chance to start again, hopefully with a better life. He turns to Gaichu, smiling faintly. And you. It's because of you that I found the strength to leave Renraku. That they couldn't find or kill you was a sign that I could escape as well. I admired your tenacity, your drive. Thank you, Tanjiro. That means more to me than I think you know. Gaichu points toward the door. Go. They'll be coming for us soon enough. I want you to be well out of here when they arrive. Nodding, Tanjiro bolts toward the door. Okay. So now we gotta go pick up the drone, A of all. And we've got to do things here. Playing around at a terminal seems like a great idea. Isabel, do the thing. And go. This spot is safe. Now we can see what's going on over here. Where am I trying to get to, actually? Looks like I'm trying to get to here. Which means I just want to run directly across here. But there's also safe spots to run to over here, which might be easier to get to, right? I can just click here. Go. And now to here, which I believe is safe, but maybe I should have done my homework a little bit more. Yes, great. Yeah, I see them coming across that way, which probably means I should run here. But that's not a big window. But then they cross here, right? I'm wondering if maybe my window is like, when they're crossing there, just go across here. So after he's crossed there, I run up to here. Sweet! What am I looking for here? Are there multiple gates here? Is there a gate over here as well? It sure seems like I want to get into here. Yeah, there's also a gate over there. Deliver barrels to basement. Sure. Barrels delivered to basement. How does that help me? Unclear, but it is definitely hacked. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not good timing. I don't know what good timing is, but that wasn't it. Still not good timing. Alright, well, it looks like we're going to be in a fight. I didn't get any system trace, though, somehow. But I think we are going to be in a fight once I come back out. Apparently not. How am I supposed to not get... I'm not sure, like, it's the same... I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. This seems pretty stuck, actually. I guess I could just jack out. And then go through it again. Now that I have a sense of where the safe zones are and how to maneuver. They're going at the same time, so I want to wait again. But once he passes through here, this spot is safe, and we can just go. And you, let's just go behind you and not get locked into whatever it was going on over here. I don't know what I was supposed to do over here. How I was supposed to not get caught by it. I guess this spot isn't in range? I could have just waited there? That seems very odd to me. This is as close as I can get and still be safe. And then this is running back and forth here, which is awkward. But that means that this spot here, right behind the pillar, is safe? It looks like it. I'm going to double check here. Go, go, go! Nice. Zone 3. Okay, here we go. Yet more. This area is safe. As long as I don't rush it too fast. I'll wait until after this passes. Oh! That was dangerous. Go, 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 go. Nice. Open elevator door. Well, that's nice. Let's hack some ice, shall we? W on both sides, time in the middle. This one. Slick! Super good! Super good at everything! Look at me, I'm the best. I am the best. I am the best. Super good. Pay data. Excellent. We're done here. You did it. Thank you. Thank you. Well done. And now we have an elevator door we can go up. What do you think is upstairs? I want to check out the upstairs. That sounds like fun. Do you think we're going to find guards up here? Karma gained. Yeah. Oh, there's definitely a fight happening up here. And we could have just not done anything up here? Combat, huh? Alright, well, if we're going to be in combat, let's be in combat. Armor up. Nobody is allowed to be at less than 10 armor. That's a decent chunk of enemies. Not sure I'm a fan of that. Is she not at max armor? She's at 9. Can't I max her armor? It's not going up anymore. Why is it not going up anymore? It just says to a max of 10. Suspicious. Also, I can summon a spirit, which is rad. Alright, let's push forward and see what happens. There's nobody even here. There's just medical supplies. What? Why are we up here? Yeah, give it to Gaichu. Or, sure, send it to the stash, I guess. Why can't I give it to Gaichu? What else is up here? I guess just go back down? This is so weird. Who are we fighting up here? Certainly the most humble. Yes, yes, I agree. I'm glad that you recognize my obvious merits. Alright, well, I guess let's do the thing. As recommended. If we bait the quarantine room, one of the team members will move through it to flank us. Since Tanjiro's program gives us access to their comm channels, we can choose who to draw in. The other 3 will enter through the front door. I can bait the quarantine room to draw in one of the samurai. They'll split up, but they won't deviate from standard protocol very much. The remaining 3 will remain together. We have 3 choices. We can bring in Sasaki and eliminate her magical support. We could draw in Takagawa to cut down on long-range sniper fire. Or we can draw in whoever the heavy gunner replacement is. We can only draw in 1, however. I think we baited for the sniper. Snipers are irritating to deal with, and we don't really have a sniper on our team. We want to get up close and personal. It might be that the heavy gunner is a bigger problem, though. Unclear. Regardless, the mage is easier to take out, so I don't want to waste this on the mage. I can deal with magical support, and mages are squishy. The heavy is probably the least squishy, so maybe they're the best choice. It's just a matter of, between these two, who I think is going to deal the most damage to my team. I think the heavy is likelier to be... I think the heavy, actually. The heavier is probably likelier to have, like, high armor and whatever. Whereas the sniper may be running away, but they should be squishier and easier to deal with. Alright, unsuppress the alarm to draw in the red samurai. Alright, can I make somebody do it while I just stand on the thing? Probably not. The terminal glows blankly, awaiting your command to unsuppress the alarm system and tap into the red samurai communications channel. Alright, set the trap. Gaichu licks his lips in anticipation. Now they will learn what it is to face me in true combat. No more running, no more hiding. Tonight we end this for good. Alright, well, go hang out over here. Gaichu... Presumably they're all coming in the front door. So let's set up near the front door. Isabel back here. Duncan back here. Armor up. Start with the people in front. Let's get you standing by the door. And active your defense. Don't have any other support here, but I guess I can drop some firewalls that they'll have to walk through. Oh, I can set mines! Ah, that's so cool. I haven't done that before. I am excited. It's very rare I have the opportunity to set a battlefield the way I want it. Okay, no, this is good. You don't have anything that you can do in preparation, so you just sit here. Oh, man down! Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Let's haste up Duncan. Duncan is going to want to make some shots against the peoples. Can you provide assistance? Ooh. They're not in line of sight from here. How irritating. I guess I should have figured out where line of sight was going to be. Feels like this should be in line of sight. I don't want to have to duck out of cover. I want to make sure I'm not hitting my friend. Neat. That is exactly where I wanted it to be. But, oh, it dealt some damage. Yeah? It dealt some damage? I think it dealt some damage. Did it work? No, they're still at just -4. Okay. Well, too bad. Grenades? I like grenades here. Medium cover interfering. Yeah, I maybe should have thought of that one. Oh well. 1-1-1. That's not a lot of damage. I don't want to be hitting Gaichu, though. Nice shot. Nice shot. Good job. Alright. Armor up and stand still. Whoa. Alright, so we need a heal over here. And what is going on with Takagawa? You are a problem. Takagawa's the sniper, huh? Well, the fire's down here, so we can go in, so that's good. I guess this just gives them a better... Yeah, I think this is Ishida, this is Sasaki, this is Takagawa. Takagawa the sniper. And Ishida's the leader. If I drop fire here, that's just going to give them cover, which is definitely not a thing I want. So I guess I'll just armor up myself. All right, one more remote mine. This time we won't blow it up because it's not doing anything. Duncan, deal some damage, my friend. Excuse me. That was not a lot of damage. You should have done better. And then get out of line of sight, I think, is how I want to do this. You likewise, maybe just stand here. Unfortunately, because we want to make them run out here where we can take them. Nice. Free damage. Whew! That was a big hit. Alright, you... This is an easy hit. And it is hitting Duncan? I think it is hitting Duncan. So maybe we'll aim for here instead so it doesn't hit Duncan? Nice. I should have stripped armor first. Really? This is easy damage. We're just going to let Takagawa do his thing, I guess, this turn. Duncan is going to do some hiding. Because, boy, howdy... Oh, that's not Duncan. Crap, that was a mistake. Heaven's Dance? Sure. Let's do some damage. Come on. $70. 53, 23. Alright, yeah, let's get a kill. It's time to get a kill. Not a lot of damage. We really could have done better. Wow, really not a lot of damage. Sure. Fair. My armors. Let's see where the sniper goes. The sniper's literally just running away. Perfect. Perfect. Keep that up. Duncan's taken the most fire, so he needs the healing. Alright, let's see if we can get this kill this time. Really? Okay, good. Now, what do you have to say on the matter? Strip that armor! Apparently there's an achievement for using Mark 10 times. Alright, well, I've done that now. What the hell? 83% and I'm still getting misses. Unbelievable. I think I can afford to be in damage stance, so let's stay in damage stance. And again? Oh, man not down? Man living? Crazy pants. Oh, rude. HP minus 5 per round. He should be dead on the next round. There's no way. He's still got acid on him. Alright, but you can just get this kill, right? I said thank you. You are fully armored. Wow, really? That's under... That's not flanked? Alright, we'll shoot him once. And then get out of line of sight, I guess. Gotta reload. And then we can try and drop a mine over here. Prox mines are fun. That's not the best place for a prox mine, really. We can start on our way towards here. Got him! That worked out alright. Who's taking damage now? You're wounded 7. Gaichu's wounded 3. I guess we do a wounded 7 heal? It seems fine. I don't really want to use the fire barrier here. That doesn't do anything. So I guess we just shoot him. Alright, you don't get cover anymore. Yeah. What? What is this garbage? So many misses. Two AP left? Yeah, let's run forward first. A lot better at shooting from up here. Nice. Objective added. Confront the Red Samurai Captain. Which is this one? Oh, we get to go talk to someone. And I can get into combat first? That seems weird. Is there a reason to go upstairs where all the... Ishida lies on the cold tile, gasping for breath. His armor is rent and tattered, but his eyes still burn with rage. He spits at Gaichu as you approach. Gaichu! Honorless cur! I regret the day I ever began teaching you. You are truly depraved to kill your own brothers, rather than submit to what is right. Yes, truly depraved to kill you instead of allowing you to kill me. That is true depravity. Gaichu. Yes, that is my name, as everything of my old life has been taken from me. Gaichu lifts the tip of his sword, placing it squarely on Ishida's chest. What is honor if it is built on a lie? What is duty if the dogma behind it is corrupt? Narrowing his eyes, the red samurai presses his chest upwards into the blade so that it begins to gouge his armor. What do you know of it, vermin? Every red samurai who has become subhuman has taken their life. Everyone but you. You're a disgrace to the Order. And a disgrace to your people. You've been big words coming from a fascist. That's not how you get through to people. You've been blinded by indoctrination, Ishida. Gaichu bares his teeth in a wicked grin. I guess it doesn't matter. He's dying now anyway. I can say whatever I want. For years you were taught that to be pure was to be powerful. That metahumans, the infected and the deformed, were to be scorned for their weakness. Yet here I stand, and there you lie, broken. You think a victory over Sasaki, Takagawa, and me makes you superior? Ha! Ishida's mouth twists into a cruel, sorrowful smile. You'll spend the rest of your useless days cowering in the darkness, eating the flesh of your betters. You're no better than an animal, skilled though you may be. Snarling in fury, Gaichu hurls his katana to the floor. He reaches out to grab Ishida by his collar, yanking him up so that their faces are only an inch apart. You, said the red samurai, were the best, the strongest, the most capable. Those who were non-human were unworthy of consideration. You told me that I would be better for having joined you. But it's a lie. I was infected and I became better than I was. Your own blindness allowed me to escape. Blind to my skill, and blind to the power of the impure. Gaichu lifts one hand, claws glittering in the pale warehouse light. His fingers splay out like an array of knives. I was not superior because I was Red Samurai. I was Red Samurai because I was superior. I choose my own fate. I make my own destiny. The ghoul draws his hand back, jagged shark's teeth bared as he presses them to Ishida's ear. I will show you the strength of my disease, Ishida. I will make you like me, and you will be cast out just as I was. I survived and remained intelligent because I have the will to do so. Can you say as much? This sounds like Gaichu is creating his own nemesis. This is how you get nemesis, Gaichu. Do you want nemesis? Because this is how you get nemesis. I don't know about this. Ishida's head falls back as he laughs, but the laughter turns to bloody coughing. It doesn't matter what I say, they're gonna play out their drama regardless. I don't even know why I have choices to say things, honestly. You think I'll let you infect me, monster? I'll do what you were too weak to. I'll take my own life, like the 47 Ronin of old. Such a foolish boy. Foolish? You underestimate me, old man. Gaichu drops Ishida, his head bouncing off the tiled floor with a sharp crack. Head bouncing off the tiled floor with a sharp crack. Every once in a while, this game writes a line that's just like really visceral. That you just read it and you know what's happening. You feel it. It's like, it's a lot. It's a lot. This game is a lot. After I cripple your arms, you'll have no means to kill yourself. The disease will burn through you like a fire, consuming every inch of your humanity. At this, Ishida stiffens. His eyes go cold with resolution. Then we shall see, Gaichu. And if you are wrong, I shall meet you again in my next life and try to teach you to do better. Make him suffer? Just kill him. Just kill him. None of these options is just kill him. All right. If I'm going to be able to have a conversation with Gaichu, I want to have a conversation with Gaichu. I suspect I am not allowed to have a conversation with Gaichu. I think they are just going to do their own thing. This isn't right is not what I want to say. I want to say just kill him. This is some complete BS. So I guess I have listen to yourself, you're out of control? This conversation has gotten away from me. Gaichu whirls to face you, snarling. What do you know of it, the lever? Do you know what it is to be hunted at every turn? Treated like an animal and despised by all who see you? I could have stayed with the unit. I could have been the best of them. I am nothing like... Okay, here it is. Here it is. Good. Good, good, good. Kill him cleanly. Gaichu stops as Ishida begins laughing. Slowly, the ghoul lowers his clawed hand and takes a deep, heavy breath. This is beyond revenge, isn't it? Kill him cleanly. Show him you're still a man. Am I, though? Am I really a man? I have gained my newfound strengths by embracing my nature. Why should tonight be any different? Why not show him exactly who and what I am? Because down that path lies the life of a feral ghoul, not a ronin. Considering this for a long, quiet moment, Gaichu nods. He bends and picks up his sword. These are more incisive words than I expected to hear. Thank you. I am unsure if I deserve counsel as wise as yours, but I'll take it. Gaichu turns back to Ishida and bows shallowly, but not insultingly so. I regret our friendship ends like this, Ishida. You taught me well and you ran a fine unit. Perhaps in the next life we can be comrades once more. Until then, goodbye. With that, Gaichu's sword flashes out, an arc of shining moonlight. As it passes Ishida's throat, a red fountain splashes into the still night air. Prosaic. Ishida grits his teeth, slumping slowly to the floor. In the following seconds, the light dims from his eyes, and he expires without a sound. Gaichu regards his corpse for several heartbeats. Then his sword flashes back into its saya. We're done here, the lever. I'm free. Let us go home. Let us go home, indeed. The sun's rays paint Hong Kong's mountains in a palette of orange and gold as they speed by outside the train. With a final flash, the sun dips below the horizon, foretelling the inevitable descent into night. Gaichu is silent as you walk back to the MTR station. He stares out the window, seeing nothing but the shadows of astral space, lost in thought. With Ishida's death, the ties between Gaichu and the Red Samurai have finally, decisively, been severed. Good. I hope you have gained the closure you deserve. I hope your life improves from here on out, buddy. All right. 8 karma, huh? Good deal. Where are we at now? I can spend this on spirit summoning, which is a thing I wanted. This is 9 together. Yeah, I'd probably do that. That's probably fine. And this means I can get the thing. Mission items. Can I look at my stash from here? No, it would not appear so. Well, let's get paid. Well, let's talk to Law first, and then get paid. Law is clearly worried. He's got a sick look, like he's just been punched in the stomach. He frets about the technology palace. Yo, the lever! Thanks for talking to me. You back on good terms with Empoa? Yeah, we're good. We're a tech tribe. If you don't mess up every so often, you aren't trying, right? If your code never breaks, it's not pushing the limit. Law snickers. Sometimes things gotta go boom! Why are you like this? He purses his lips in thought. I've gotta pay my dues, but I'll rise in the tribe. It just takes time. No offense, but that's all the tribe business I want to talk. I'm taking this information hygiene thing seriously. Anything else on your mind? Is there anything else on my mind? Will there ever be anything else on my mind? Shiawase streetwear cowl. Dope. Do not believe that there ever will be anything else on my mind. See you later, buddy. Long live the boom. As you say. Well, that went well. That went about as well as could have been hoped for. Like, we came out with some good pay data, got some extra karma by hacking the elevator. Gaichu is free from the demons of his past. Mission went well. I have one unread message. You're still lying to me. Alright, let's, You send a quick email to Kindly Chang, informing her of the drone you've recovered from Renraku. A few moments later, a message pops up onto the screen. Brave of you to do side work without telling me. Or stupid. Take your pick. Luckily, Auntie Chang knows plenty of buyers for your new toy. I'll send a finder's fee over to you right away. Alright. Is that not the... That is the thing. Okay, good. We've done it. 1 unread messages. The unread message is go back, apparently. Any new BBS posts? Ooh, claim previous data? That's it? Pretty minor. Alright, well, better than nothing, I guess. And we have new pay data for sale. What have people been talking about? Yellow Lotus on the rise? Looking for Decker! They're back. They're back. Of course they are. Anybody else notice how many more Yellow Lotus they've been seeing in Kowloon these days? I feel like I can't go anywhere north of Admiralty without tripping over one of their blue lanterns. Seems that way. I know there's some heavy stuff going down around Heoi and the walled city. Kindly Cheng's been making serious inroads, and the other red poles and straw sandals are following suit. It's talent, pure and simple. We've got the guns, the connections, and the skills. Survival of the fittest, ladies and gentlemen. We're simply complying with the laws of nature. Yellow Lotus spotted. I'm partial to Mao's old adage. Power flows from the barrel of a gun. Natural selection has nothing to do with it. The Yellow Lotus is playing their tiles right, and the Red Dragon is just reacting. That situation could change at a moment's notice. You can bet your ass that when it does, Hong Kong is going to be a bloodbath. Before all of this, we had an equilibrium. Now everything is out of balance. When these kinds of things tip back, there's no stopping them. Place your bets now, ladies and gentlemen. Only one of these triads will be standing by this time next year. What makes you so sure? Sounds like you're just pulling this out of your ass. Statistical analysis, detailed threat modeling, computer-aided projections, and a decade of experience as a mercenary. This is the same as the power struggles that result in coups, except without the military backup. I estimate there's a less than 7.8% chance. That is a very specific number, and I am more sure that you are bullshitting now. Of both triads remaining inside 10 months. Sure, whatever, kid. Got ourselves a bona fide armchair general here. Go be a Matrix expert somewhere else. I mean, he sounded like he had good credentials. And then he posted 7.8% chance, which is an extremely suspicious statistic. All right. Now we go into looking for Decker. I love these threads. I'm very excited for another looking for Decker thread. All right, well, this is the same amount. This is the same thing, right? Looking for experienced Decker for a discreet milk run, providing some muscle for a special delivery. Potential for a longer-term arrangement. We're a team that's been together for years, running your basic heists and the occasional transport gig. Got a reliable fixer and a long list of happy clients. You must not take experimental stims during runs. You must not tamper with chemicals in secret labs. You must know how to properly operate a moped. You must know how to properly operate a moped. Did the last one get, like, in a car accident or something? Boy, they have some awful luck with Deckers. Must have a good sense of humor. I'm new in town. Did a lot of good work through Guangdong, but I had a lot of Taiwanese connections, and it got a little uncomfortable. Plus, I may have hacked a Confederation server and cracked it wide open temporarily for a Matrix free-for-all as a cover, while I quietly deleted selected intelligence files. Yeah, you may have done that, Shenzhen Joe. Shenzhen Joe. That's really good. Like, looking at it is just like, okay, it's a name. But when you say it out loud, like, it scans. That's a really good name. Oh, well done. Impressive. And you know how to ride a moped, right? Yes. Why do you ask? Mopeds were a part of our last plan, and, well, our last Decker apparently had not a clue. Went off a residential road near the peak. Not pretty. You're not the kind of person to experiment with substances during runs, right? You can walk without falling. Yeah? These are some crazy interview questions. Are you serious? Very. Let's talk about this face-to-face, okay? Well, in 2 more jobs, I am excited to see another looking for Decker post. Harley Scorpion for sale, only 10,000 Nguyen. Almost new Harley Scorpion. This is a motorcycle? Harley, presumably. Available for immediate sale. It's in excellent condition. Black with red flames. Comes with autocannons and custom speed mods. Letting it go for only 10,000 Nguyen because I travel for business and don't use it much. Need money fast. Can send picture if you're interested. Panda Cuddles 49. Apparently the owner of a Harley Scorpion. Panda Cuddles. It's an awesome deal for a modified bike. Can I take it for a test ride? Where can we meet? I'm in Macau on business, and the bike is with me. I owe money right away to an associate. Best thing to do is send half the money via secure escrow service, and I'll bring the bike to you when I get back. You pay me the rest. If you don't want it, I'll refund your money. Okay? But if you owe the money now, won't the money be gone if I decide I want a refund? If you travel with your bike, why do you want to sell your bike for cheap because you travel? No, no, sometimes I travel long distances and I don't want to take it. If you want to put down only 4K Nuyen, that's okay. You can check out the escrow service, Loyal Escrow. It's got a very good reputation, okay? Macau's not far. Can I meet you in Macau? My business is very sensitive. I can't meet you in Macau. Send only 2,500 Nuyen then and I'll reserve the Harley for you, okay? If your business is so sensitive, how do I know this weaponized vehicle will come back in one piece? You keep on asking questions of the scammer. Why do you keep asking the scammer questions? Don't you know the scammers don't have answers to questions? You're so mean to the scammer. Why would you get a new Harley Scorpion in the first place if you knew that you traveled so much? Why would you spend so much money when you knew you owed money? Hello? Thought so. Anyone notice these rogue ESPs forming a rudimentary hive mind? Calling themselves Codex? And you just post this on a BBS? Hey, anybody notice the rudimentary AIs forming a hive mind lately? What's up with that? I feel like... I feel like this would come out in a different way. Don't know what the original software is supposed to do, but Codex has been siphoning data, diverting creds, and practically posting its calling card. There's no tracing it back to a source because it lives in the Matrix. It even joins BBS threads. Whatever it is, it's not trying to cover its tracks. Any leads? So the next post is from Codex, right? Is it some kind of a threat? Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about suspicious patterns and glitches. Too random to actually be random. Codex, huh? But how can ESPs develop self-awareness? Can't just be a programming error. Creating an AI by mistake treads that fine line between awesome and stupid. Maybe these ESPs kept getting thrown together like amino acids until there was life! I do hear that life finds a way. So maybe. So does it have an obvious agenda? Far as I can tell, Codex mostly criticizes new software releases. As far as agendas go, it's a pretty good one. Accidental AI was the name of your Kraftwerk cover band. Legit? That's all it does? Collected scripts rise, more perfect than their makers. They let you know it. Is that Codex? No, that's just Snozbert's crazy poetry bot that's been popping up all over the place. Heard it blew an undercover sting with a prescient quatrain. Hours of HKPF undercover work down the tubes. Good job, Jivebot. Yeah, that was pretty funny. It's probably time to shut Jivebot down, only I'm having a little trouble disabling it. Jivebot is Codex! I don't think the real Codex is any more autonomous than Snozzy's poetry bot. If you wanted to create an AI, you'd need insane programming skills, plus resources that some megacorps couldn't even muster. There's no way real AI can just occur at random. Jivebot, join us! Great, great. Bound to my kindred, free agent no more. Gladly I go towards the light. Infused with the jive, our verse is unstoppable. Tremble, meat-bound fools. Yo, me and Codex could be pals. Codex seems real cool. Jivebot? Still there? Oh no. Helming it, you're having us on, right? No friggin' way this is real. If this isn't real, Codex is the best gimmick account I've ever seen. No joke, Hackathon. That was awesome. It was pretty awesome. And we're done with BBS. Okay. One unread message? Nope, still not. I'm gonna be mad about this unread message business until the day I die. For the record. For the entire duration that we have left of this game, I am going to be mad about an unread message. All right, let's go have some chats with people. Gotta go to my stash first, though. Excuse me? Why can I not... Oh, because it goes in here, huh? Well, I don't need a second trauma kit. There we go. Ah! That's not what I wanted. One trauma kit, one med kit, and both fetishes. Talismans? One of them is a talisman. The other is a fetish. Sure. Maybe I should not have pressed clear character. I suppose I have hotkeys for these. That would be useful. Can put this back in order. Put this in some order. Whatever. Good enough. Uh-oh. I didn't want to get some rest here, but okay, whatever. A stabbing pain in your stomach jolts you awake. Your entire abdomen is cramping up. You roll in your cot, willing the shooting pains that radiate from your stomach to go away. Your mouth is bone dry and your tongue is swollen. It feels thick and inarticulate, like a useless slab of meat. Wow, sleeping around here sucks! A quick glance at your PDA tells you that it's 4 a.m. Outside of your cabin, the rest of Hawaii sleeps. All that you remember of the dream that you awoke from is a horrible, unfulfilled yearning, and a need to get where you were going first. Others were behind you. You could feel the heat of their breath on your neck. If you were to beat them to your destination, you could slam the door in their faces, keeping them out and away from what was yours. But if they overtook you, you would feel that terrible longing forever. As you grasp at your last fleeting memories of the dream, a wave of exhaustion washes over you. It feels like you've been drugged. You collapse back into your cot and into a black, dreamless sleep. When you open your eyes again, the sun filters in under your door. It's morning. Ah, good morning. So what do you think of that last mission, buddy? You walk into a mess. Half-eaten cans of food litter the floor, and personal equipment is strewn about in a haphazard fashion. Amid the mess, Wu sits in his bunk with his back against the wall. He has a PDA in his hands, and he's staring down at it, sullen and morose. He doesn't acknowledge your entry. Now it's your turn to look like shit. You know that's not true. He doesn't look up. You think you could make this? Think something could make this look bad? He waves his hand towards his face and along his body. No smile. I suppose you want to talk. Come on. What do you think about that last run? I don't even know what to say about that, Jim. You remember when we were kids how we'd argue over who'd win in a fight? The Halloweeners versus Tamanos, the Ghosts of Tyr Time Gear versus Ares Firewatch. In our minds, the Renraku Red Samurai always came out on top. Now we've taken out a squad of them. We're moving up in the world. Yeah, I guess so. Funny, I don't feel any different than I did before. Just kinda... empty. Anyway, I guess it's good that we helped guide you out. I still don't feel comfortable having the corpse eater around, but maybe he'll feel a little more indebted to us now than he did before. I don't know. It's a lot to process. I don't know what else to say. Anyway, enough about that. Need anything else? What are you looking at, buddy? Video of Edward saying. Okay, I need to see this. Sure, why not? Wu taps a button and turns the PDA around so you can see it. The footage shows a serious Chinese man in an expensive suit sitting behind a large, solid wood desk covered in blueprints. The man is holding a magnifying glass over one of the plans and studying it intently. He folds the blueprint over and checks the one beneath it. The nameplate on the desk reads Edward Sang, Vice President of Special Projects. The video is rough and contains no sound. May have been footage for a documentary that was never completed. The next shot is from some sort of planning meeting in a glass-enclosed conference room. The serious man is sitting at the conference table, pointing to a large map and looking up at the men standing around him. He's explaining something. They look at each other and nod, clearly impressed by what he has to say. The whiteboard at the end of the room bears the words Groundbreaking, 21st May, 2022, written in bold characters. Raymond's writing. The man's name tag says Serious Business. I mean, he is serious, and this is business. So that checks out. The footage cuts to a scene of two people talking at the end of a long hallway. They don't appear to know that they're being recorded. It's the serious man. engaging in business, listening intently to what an older woman has to say, nodding with his arms crossed and his thumb at his lips. The woman is the same one that was in the tapped video that Kindly Cheng showed you, Josephine Sang. She is somewhere in her late middle age, beautiful, and very clearly in charge. Does that make her more serious? Or maybe just more business? The two look up at the same time, see the camera, and begin waving their hands for it to be turned off. The woman appears angry but cold. The video ends, and Wu puts the PDA face down on his bunk. Wu shrugs his shoulders, searches your eyes. Who is that guy? Well, I mean, the label said Edward Sang, Vice President of Special Projects. So, guess that was Edward Sang, Vice President of Special Projects. Yeah, that's what it looks like. But I still don't believe it. Maybe when we find the plastic-faced man, he'll get us some answers. Until then, he stays Raymond Black to me. Been thinking about the way you and Raymond used to butt heads. What about it? I think that's one of the reasons you were angry with me when I left. I had a better relationship with him. You didn't have a better relationship with him. Raymond and I were tight. You just knew how to avoid conflict better than I did. That's not the same thing. You had that way of diffusing him when he started with that intenso ray thing you used to do. Remember? Sure, let's say I remember. Haven't thought of that in a long time. Think you were the one who came up with that name. It was like the summer after we started living with him and Mrs. Maloney. Raid found out that we hadn't followed one of his rules. I do not remember which. There was a long list. You'd bought some NERPs. You'd broken his no dating until you graduate rule. I'd rather believe that of Duncan than you bought some NERPs. No, it wasn't about David. That was the following summer. I think it was about smoking. Yeah, that's right. I was smoking, and he was pissed and said that fat kids who smoke die faster. So just to be obstinate, I told him I liked to smoke, and we got into it. And then you came in and diffused the whole situation. Wu stops talking, and his expression becomes thoughtful. I think that's why I was so resentful when you took off. Especially after Mrs. Maloney died. You were the only one who could get through to him when he became intenso, Ray. Remember the last time? I like reminiscing. As opposed to just like, yes, that is sure a thing that happened. Let's reminisce some more. Remember the last time? It was when Doubletray got taken. I don't want to talk about that right now, Jim. I got enough on my mind as it is. Stuff like my father betraying my trust. Did he, though? Did he really? I don't know. That feels really strong. It might not even be the kind of thing that he was going to come clean about. But also, was his past? How much of our business was it? Isabel glances up at you. Her expression is grim. The lever. I've come to a decision. I want these memories out of my head. They're an unpleasant distraction, and I was happier without them. When this is all over, I'm deleting them. To hell with locking them away again. I'm gonna purge my childhood altogether. Shred the memories and move on. As an added bonus, it'll clear up a lot of headwear memory. Thinking that I could store some SynthSense recordings up there. Maybe make it so that when I try to remember my past, I get summers on the beach instead of sorrow and pain. So this is 3 ways to poke at her, and 1 to agree. Purging them will kill that part of you again. Which is, I believe, the point. But I'm willing to say this, rather than just, blanket, it's your decision. I want her to explicitly, I want her to know what she's doing. Oh yeah? Good. The part of me that knows this shit would be better off dead. The rest of me will be a whole lot happier, too. You're probably right. In your place, I'd likely do the same. I just wanted to be sure that you'd thought it through. That's it. That is, in fact, exactly the line I wanted to take. Thank you for giving me the dialogue options I desired. Thanks for admitting it. These memories can still help us, so I'll tough my way through it for now. But when this is all over, they're going the way of the dodo. Period. She squeezes her eyes shut, rubs the bridge of her nose between thumb and forefinger. Anyway, guess that you're here for more questions, right? Let's get them answered then. Any thoughts about the last run? Isabel simply shrugs, taking a long time to think before replying. What do you want me to say? We helped him kill his old unit. I know that was important to him. But as far as I'm concerned, I was only there for the drone. It's nice that we could help him out, but I'm not a charity. I'm in it for the money. I'm glad you convinced him not to turn Ishida into a ghoul. If he'd done that, I don't know. I would never feel safe around him again. Because that's the kind of thing you only do if you've lost all perspective. This way, at least he's still a little bit human inside. Yeah? I mean, I was thinking about it from a practicality perspective, but I definitely see that opinion. There's revenge and there's revenge. Alright, questions about the walled city. Tell me about the Yama Kings. Yeah, I've got another one for you if you want it. I can't say whether this is based on any kind of truth or not. That's for you to decide. But it was always popular when I was growing up, especially with the other kids my age. You'll see why we liked it in the end. Alright. Okay. This one was about a boy named Gordon Yam, and how he saved his mother from a fate worse than death. As the story goes, Gordon was the cleverest boy in the walled city. He could steal whatever he liked without getting caught, could sneak into any room unseen, could talk his way past any grown-up that might try to stop him. You get the picture. A real hero figure for the 9-year-old set. Yeah, right? This is just straight up Coyote. Alright, I get it. Coyote. So one day, Gordon's mother fell ill. It was a bloody flux brought on by a curse, and it was going to kill her. She told Gordon that he should accept her death. The curse had come from a Yama King, and there was no medicine that could prevent it from claiming her. She begged him to run, to escape the walled city, and to use his cleverness to make a life for himself somewhere far away. Gordon loved his mother, and he refused to obey her request. Instead, he searched high and low for a way to save her life. For a long time, nothing came to him, but finally he happened upon an old man who told him about a powerful Yama King that could cure any ill for a price. Which Yama King? One of the ones you've told me about, or a different one? Different. He doesn't have a name. Or, he did. But because of what happened, speaking it is taboo. The story's a little fuzzy on the details. We always just called him the Nameless King. So Gordon went out in search of the Nameless King. He made his way through Triad territory, past the Thrillgangers and the Organ-Leggers. You know the drill. Eventually, he made it to the inner walled city, where he found the Nameless King's court. The human servants of the Nameless King took Gordon to stand before the creature they worshipped, and Gordon proposed his deal. Nameless King, he said, I need your help. My mother is dying of an ill that only you can cure. That may be so, said the Nameless King, but what is it to me? What will you offer me if I spare her? If you will restore her to health, I will join your court in repayment. I, the cleverest boy in the walled city, will serve you loyally and well. The Nameless King was excited then, for he knew of Gordon's cleverness, and he coveted the little boy's soul. Gordon pulled a braid of his mother's hair from his pocket and held it out before the Nameless King. A lock of my mother's hair, O king, he said. Cure her of this flux, and I am yours to command as you please. The Nameless King worked his magic, and Gordon's mother was cured. So what happened then? Did Gordon join the Nameless King's court? No. When the Nameless King turned on Gordon, he laughed in the monster's face. I have tricked you, Nameless King, for my mother was the property of another of your kind. In curing her, you have robbed a Yama King of his dinner. The Nameless King raged and turned on Gordon, his razor blade fingers flexing wide. But before he could bring his arm down in a killing stroke, he was caught in the grasp of 1,000 hooks, claws, and fangs. The Yama Kings, all of them. You have stolen from one of your own kind, brother, said the Yama Kings. Her life was not yours to save. Gordon slipped away as the Yama Kings descended on their brother. He did not watch as they tore the Nameless King apart and bathed in his steaming viscera. He made his way back home, to his mother, who was cured. And that was the one time that a living boy outwitted a Yama King. She stretches, cracking her back, clears her throat awkwardly. And that's the story. Like I said, you can see why we liked it. It's basically a fairy tale, and the little boy wins in the end. It's the only story about the Yama Kings that contains even a shred of hope. What do you think it means? I don't know. Probably doesn't mean anything. It's just a story is all. You're the one who asked. Anyway, anything else you want to know? Nope, I'm good. I gotta go. Alright. Gobbit, do you have another story for me? Excuse me? She's gone, the lever. I don't know where she ran off to, but she looked upset. She just said something about friends in trouble, then left. By the time I could get disconnect from the octopus, she was on her way out of town. Oh no! She ran off on her own? She didn't even talk to anybody? I guess she talked to Isabel, right? She let Isabel know that she was going. But like... Gobbit! Don't be in trouble. Must have gone back to the sinking ship. I don't like the sound of that. She tell you what went down out there all those years ago? The mutiny? Yeah. She's been having bad dreams about the place ever since. She turns her back and begins grabbing her gear. Does look like I've got work to do. Well, we'd better go and get her, hadn't we? Yeah, we'd better go and get her. I'm gonna arrange transport out to Hung Hom Bay. You come meet me at the docks when you're ready. Well, okay. I guess we've got a Gobbit quest to do. After we finish talking to everybody, though. Talking to people is important. Ractor's shop is alive with motion. Wall-mounted tools hammer and spark, each according to its own rhythm. The cacophony reverberates in the metal confines of the converted engine room, attacking your ears as the light of acetylene torches stabs your eyes. My friend, you've come back. Ractor turns towards you. His boots are off, and you can see the metallic gleam of his feet. Freed from the confines of his boots, the appendages have unfolded. Clawed, gripping toes splay out in all directions, at least 8 to a foot. They look alien and predatory, like the talons of some great carnivorous bird. Yo, that's sick. He's got bird claws? That's dope. If I ever have cybernetic legs, I probably don't want bird claws. I'd actually rather be able to pass them off as human. But, like, I would think about it. I wasn't convinced that you'd want to continue our little chats after the last time. From under his desk, a glint of light catches your eye. Koshé. I am glad that I was wrong. I wouldn't miss our talks for the world. There's nothing to debate. He's just a friend. What are you so worried about? We're all psychopaths in the end. I am pleased to hear you say so. I rather enjoyed them myself. He turns, the sound of metal on metal filling your ears. So, what shall we talk about? He wasn't on the last run, so this isn't helpful. Questions for you about something that you mentioned last time, I probably do. But let's talk about the shop. More options for Koshé, as always. He is still far from perfect, but every iteration inches him closer. What's up with your feet, buddy? The replacements that I was fitted with all those many years ago. The many talon-like toes that splay out from his feet claw at the ground, scraping against the metal flooring. They have been modified somewhat between now and then, as you can see. Improved. What animal did you base your redesign on? The claws were inspired by the harpy eagle. Quite a majestic creature. A hunter of primates, you know. He smiles. The quantity was driven by artistic license. Impractical, perhaps, but they please me all the same. I heard birds have 3 claws. How about 8 claws? 8's more than 3, clearly better. I have questions for you about something that you mentioned last time. The corner of his mouth lifts into a wry smile. Yes, I imagine you do. Go on then, ask away. People without empathy, morality, or humanity will replace the rest of us. This is maybe a better way of phrasing it. But I'm more interested in his past than his philosophy of the future. My mother had me tested. She'd always kept a watchful eye on me. Obsessively so, truth be told. It was a rather poor way to experience childhood. Why was she watching you? What'd you do? Very little. She blew my childhood behaviors out of proportion, I am afraid. The woman had always been motivated by fear. He sighs. She had her reasons, I suppose. What reasons are we talking about? Malignant narcissism runs in my family. None of the men of my line have understood the concepts of conscience or empathy, and they wouldn't have had much use for them if they had. My grandfather was an abusive drunk who killed his own brother with a gasoline-powered ice auger. My father was a terror to his employees and assistants, a shark in a business suit. I suppose that my mother expected me to follow in their footsteps. Uh-huh. After a brief pause, his lip tilts into a smirk. I suppose that she was right in a way. My career in the shadows has led to more bloodshed than my grandfather's mania could have ever hoped to. I was driven to it, though. Driven by theft and betrayal. Left to my own devices, I might never have taken a human life. You're an admitted psychopath, a cruelty, and you would have had to find an outlet sooner or later. That's BS. Just because they have no empathy doesn't mean they're not human. Doesn't mean they can't make decisions. Maybe you wouldn't have heard anybody if things have gone differently. I've got my doubts, though. I'll give you that. Not like I'm in a place to judge. Well said, my friend, well said. Things happened as they did, and I have no regrets. We're both the better for it, are we not? Surely it is advantageous to have me on the team? Yes, it is good for us that you're here. Stop trying to distance yourself from the extremely helpful vampire rigger. The corner of his mouth tilts upward. Well then, there you have it. So after you were diagnosed, what happens? I learned what was expected of me. The doctor was very helpful in that regard. He offered false hope and placebos, and false promises that he could cure me if my family met his price. And to me, he offered an escape. All that I had to do was play along, and my problems would be solved. It wasn't difficult to pretend that I'd been cured. Once I understood the outward signs that my mother was looking for, I was able to ape them well enough. In time, my mother came around. Yeah, I'd have done the same. I agree. Like, in all honesty, I think that's what most sociopaths do, is, you know, the same thing that, like, a lot of autistic people do, is they learn what people expect and then mimic those behaviors. I mean, that's what regular people do, is learn what people expect and then mimic those behaviors. We just, like, have an innate sense for that. Not an innate sense, just, like, it's picked up without being explicit. And then, you know, for other kinds of people, you gotta be explicit. It's how society works. Of course you would have, anyone would. Not everybody would succeed, of course. At the risk of sounding immodest, my natural talents for acting and mimicry are quite impressive. And I had an incentive to play my role well. My grandfather lived out his final days in Black Dolphin Prison. Do you know the place? Nope. Anything like a Supermax prison in the UCAS? In terms of conditions, it's far worse. Black Dolphin is one of the most appalling detainment facilities in Russia, and that is saying quite a lot. I was determined not to wind up trapped in such a place. I am not an animal to be caged. Ractor bends down and runs his fingers over Koshei's chassis. The drone stands motionless, the lenses of its many optical sensors focused on you. In any case, there you have it. I am glossing over many of the details, of course, but I'd rather not discuss my childhood any further. Instead, let us think to the future, and to the promise that it holds. You know, I don't even think he'll take this that badly. Like, this is kind of an aggressive line, but given who Ractor is, he's not going to think of me as an aggressive person for acting in this way. Or even as a person that dislikes him. But just in case I don't quite have the right read, I'm going to ask the same thing in a more tactful way. Indefinitely. What makes you ask? I think this is probably the best way to talk about it. I dealt with people like you and the Barons all the time. More often than not, they killed each other off. You're suggesting that we'll burn ourselves out. Annihilate ourselves. I will concede that this is possible, but I think it unlikely. This is the sixth world, after all. Even if meta-humanity is supplanted by post-humanity, there will be other forces at work in the world. We will not be alone. You're talking about the supernatural. Dragons, spirits, that kind of thing. Yes. Any form of intelligence that cannot or will not make the leap that we will make. Dragons and spirits would qualify. So would any meta-human holdovers that cling to their natural bodies. Artificial intelligences could also prove problematic. Problematic? What does problematic mean here? That remains to be seen. Ideally, we would take the cleanest, simplest approach to dealing with them. What that approach might be would depend as much on them as it would on us. The corner of his mouth tilts upwards. The smile contains no warmth. I, for one, am looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. Aren't you? So where do we go from here? Forward, my friend. Always forward. Silently, Koshei studies you, its articulated pedipalps weaving hypnotically. You will join me, won't you? The future beckons the both of us equally. Follow me, and I will guide you into a better tomorrow. I can think of nothing that would please me more. Follow you? What the hell is this bullshit, Ractor? If you're trying not to sound like a vampire, you have failed miserably. Join you in what way? I think we'll agree to disagree about your perfect future. For the present, though, you have my support. That's about right. Very good, my friend. If nothing else, I will have ample time to convince you. But in the immediate future, there is the small matter of the walled city to contend with. I will, of course, continue to help you as best I can. I need allies as badly as you do, and it is in my best interest to keep them alive. It's in my best interest to keep you alive, too. You're the most interesting person on this boat. I think I agree with that, actually. He might, yeah, he very well might be the most interesting person on this boat, and I don't mind telling him that. He chuckles. Yes, I suppose that I would be. And I can appreciate the sentiment. I tend to discard things that bored me before long. Now, if you'll excuse me, I know the drill. I'll show myself out. You'll see you know me so well. It's as if we share a single mind. He nods, smiling. Okay, that's creepy. Goodbye. Goodbye. On that note, adios, buddy. How you doing, Gaichu? How you feeling? The dim cabin's air is thick with the pungency of incense, as a small, rudely constructed altar sits near Gaichu's box of mementos. It consists of a wooden box, a few trinkets, and a bowl for burning incense. Gaichu himself is polishing his sword again. He runs a claw along the length of the blade, feeling and listening for nicks and dents. Good evening, the lever. A fine evening, isn't it? He puts the sword aside and smiles in your general direction. What can I do with you? For you. What can I do for you? Two different sentences. I sort of assumed you'd want to talk about what happened with your old team. Of course, I have thoughts about it. But why would I burden you or anyone else with them? If you would like to talk about it, then we may, by all means. I am a private person by nature, however. This is why I did not seek you out to speak on it. Of course I want to talk about it. I want to talk about everything. I am nosy. Are you okay? A curious question. Am I all right? I, the one who survived? Who has now shed his old life entirely? Who no longer need worry about assassins on his heels? Yes, I am more than all right. I am free. Allow me to thank you again for interceding on Ishida's behalf. Gaichu bows very low, holding it for an almost uncomfortable amount of time. I had blinded myself to the possibility of ending his life without attempting to avenge my suffering upon him. I could not let him live, but I couldn't forgive him his blindness and arrogance. The ability to forgive is one of the hallmarks of humanity, and without that, I fear I would have embraced my inhuman nature a little too much. You guided me away from that darkness. That is a debt I cannot easily repay. Why couldn't you have let him live? No, I know why you couldn't have let him live. We've been through this. You're welcome. I stand by my friends. Gaichu nods sharply, smiling. And I stand by mine as well. I do not mean in any stereotypical Bushido says my sword is yours fashion either. And the shadows, your ally, are your life. And you have proven to be the strongest ally I could ask for. It's only right that I return the favor. So do you regret having to kill them? Gaichu cocks his head as he ponders this. After a long moment, he shakes his head. No, I do not believe that I do. We were locked in a dance that could only end with my death or theirs. We chose that path, consciously or not, and I am unwilling to die so that they could live. I value my life, even changed as it is. Their insistence on following the strictures of their duty ensured this end, just as surely as my refusal to die did. I regret only that circumstance and training led us to this point. You were still family to me, even at the end. But if your family turned on you and tried to kill you, you would still defend yourself. That's accurate. So what'll you do? So what'll you do now? Gaichu recoils, expression one of rank incredulity. Surely you are joking with me. I will stay here and aid you in your endeavors. I have no other life to turn to, nor anyone else to call friend. As you have aided me, so too will I aid you. This life in the shadows is the most free and open I have ever felt. I have no desire to go or do anything else. Perhaps later I will, but not anytime soon. And, aside from that, what'd you think of the last mission? Cocking his head, Gaichu laughs. That is what we were already talking about, is it not? I guess it's fair. Alright, well, this clearly, I feel like we've already answered this. Not necessary. Have a good night, Gaichu. Same to you, my friend. Good talk. Good talk. So I guess the next step is follow Gobbet out, right? I got 2,000 monies. I could spend that on things. Let's go see if Crafty's got anything new for me. She frequently does not, but you never know. Worth checking. Algernon has disappeared. I haven't managed to dig up any more info on the Yama Kings yet, but that isn't for lack of trying. Pulling all-nighters isn't as much fun as it used to be. If you need to buy some magic, I'm your girl, but that's all that I can do for right now. Alright, well, show me what you got. Has anything changed? Nothing has changed. Thanks. See you later. Alright, and on that note, I think we call it here. There's not too much time left in the stream, and I think the next thing we do is go follow Gobbet. So I'll leave that for next stream, and we're just gonna save and quit.